mita 10,000 ya kinadada mizunguko 25 imeanza kufungulia ukurasa wa mashindano ya siku ya leo. Kulingana na kalenda na program yetu, leo tuko na mita 10,000 ya kinadada finali, mita 100 wake kwa wanaume mbio za mchujo, mita 10,000 wanaume finali, mita 400 wake kwa wanaume mbio za mchujo, mita 1,500 finali ya kinadada, mita 100 semi finali wake kwa wanaume, mita 5,000 wa kinadada finali, mita 400 semi finali wake kwa wanaume, mita 800 mbio za mchujo, mita 100 finali wanaume, mita 5,000 finali wanaume, mita 400 finali ya kinadada, mita 100 mara 4 kuongezana vijiti wanaume na kinadada finali, mita 800 finali, na mwisho kabisa mita 400 mara 4 kuongezana vijiti wake kwa wanaume. Hawa ambao wanaenda sasa ya kinadada mizunguko ni 25 na wameonyeshwa sasa. Wakati walianza wanaenda kuonyeshwa mizunguko 24. Wale ambao hawana shughuli ndani ya uwanja, tunaomba tuweze kuheshimiana ili tuweze kuwa sawa katika mashindano haya. Basi mambo yanaendelea vizuri kabisa. Mashindano haya ni Betika Bingwa Fest, where the best rise to become legends, ambao ndio wanasema Betika na community wanashirikiana na Athletics Kenya. Leo wale ambao tuko hapa kama maofisa na wale wachezaji, tuna hospitali ambayo imewekwa pale tent. Unaweza kwenda pale ukahudumiwa kama ujisikii vizuri. Kuna tent upande mwingine pale, sehemu za kuanzia pale. Kawaida tunaanzanga mita 100. Hapo kuna tent maalum ambayo unaenda unafanyiwa uchunguzi, na kama kuna madawa unaweza kupewa madawa. Kwa hivyo kama ujisikii vizuri unaweza kwenda pale. Si lazima uwe na SHA na SHI, wewe unaenda hapo. Lakini pia hapa katika kambi hii tuko na hospitali ambapo kama wewe uko katika SHA basi unaweza enda kuhudumiwa. Lakini kwa sababu ya Betika na community wameleta tent maalum sehemu ile ambapo watu wanaanzia mita 100. Hapo kuna tent maalum ambapo unaweza pata huduma kama wewe ujisikii vizuri na unataka kupimwa labda pressure na mambo mengine. Kama makocha wataki kupimwa pressure, wanasema wako fit, wachezaji wao wanaweza kosa kupimwa pressure. Kwa hivyo coach, wewe unapeana program ya 30 km, unakaa tu hapo, kumbe mambo inakunyemelea polepole. Kwa hivyo enda upimwe pressure, mambo mengine yote. Kwa hivyo ni insani ya Betika na community ambao wameletea mashindano haya Bingwa Fest, where the best rise to become legend, wakishirikiana na chama cha riadha nchini. Mizunguko sasa ni 23. Ndivyo unaweza kuendelea.
Kuna kocha ametoka Meru hapa.
Basi kumbuka mabibi na mabwana, wanariadha kadi 9 wanashiriki katika shindano hili la mita 10,000 upande wa kinadada. Kumbuka shindano hili ni fainali. Kisha baada ya shindano hilo tutakuwa na shindano la mita 100 wote kinadada na wanaume, mbio za michujo, na baada ya hapo tutakuwa na mita 10,000 wanaume fainali.
Baada ya shindano hilo tutakuwa na shindano la mita 400 wote kina dada na wanaume, michujo, shindano la mita 1500 fainali, shindano la mita 100 wote kina dada na wanaume, hii itakuwa ni nusu fainali, shindano la mita 5000 kina dada fainali, shindano la mita 400 kina dada na wanaume semi fainali, mita 800
Betika Sports Entertainment and Betting Company that seeks to see the development and growth of sports in this country, catapults and mushrooms to bigger levels. Betika has been on the forefront working with Athletics Kenya as well as other sporting federations in ensuring that elevate the levels of sports in this country. This particular event, the winners will be awarded. There will be a token of appreciation for the efforts that our kings and queens of tracks have put forward. The events that we'll be having will have 10,000 meters for both men and women, 5,000 meters for both men and women. For the sprints, we'll have 100 meters, 400 meters, and 1,500 meters, as well as the relays, that is the 4x1 and 4x4. For the 10,000 meters, we have the top prize for the number one as 300,000 shillings. Second place finisher will get 250,000 shillings. 200,000 for the third place finisher, 100,000 for the fourth place finisher, while the athlete who will finish in position 5 will bag 75,000. For the 5,000 meters, we'll have the top prize at 250,000 shillings. For position number 250,000 shillings, position number 3 100,000, position 4 will bag 50,000, while position 5 will go home with 30,000 shillings. For the sprints, that is 100 meters, 400 meters, 1,500 meters, as well as 800 meters for both men and women. The winner will cash in 150,000 shillings. Second place finisher will cash in 100,000 shillings. Third place finisher, 60,000 shillings. Fourth place, 30,000. And fifth place, 20,000. For the relays, that is the 4x1 and 4x4 teams. The winning team will bag 100,000 shillings. Second place winning team will have 60,000, while the third team will have 30,000 shillings. And on the order of events, after the 10,000 meters women's race, which is a straight final, we'll have the heats for the men and women 100 meters, followed by the 10,000 meters final for the men, 400 meters heats. Soon afterwards, we'll have the finals for the 1,500 meters for both men and women. Soon after, we'll have the semi-finals for the 100 meters for both men and women. Of course, being held differently, at different intervals, We'll have shortly afterwards 5,000 meters for men. That will be a straight final, 5,000 meters for women. 400 meters men will follow shortly, that is a semi-final, and heats for the 800 meters for both men and women. In the afternoon, we'll still proceed with the 100 meters men final. Remember, sprints in most cases emit a lot of emotion, and most people want to watch the sprints and just see what will happen, the adrenaline rush, the tussle, the jostling. For most of sports enthusiasts, they will wait for the sprints, both the relays and the 100 meters, as well as the 200 meters. After that, we'll have the 5,000 meters men's finals. Shortly afterwards, we'll have 400 meters for men and women. It should be a final, having gone through the semi-finals. The finals for the 4x1 relay for the both men and women will be held shortly afterwards, followed by the 800 meters for both men and women. And the final event of the day will be the 4x4 finals for both men and women. I'm joined by my senior colleague here, Gregory Mulemi, donning in red and black shorts, ideal for the weather for the hotter weather here in Nairobi. Greg, take it away.
Good morning to you. I hope you're well. So in Thika, you really did a good job. And of course, we're here for, I think this is the final leg of season 1 of Bingwa Fest. The 10,000 meters is a race that everybody envies because, yeah, of course, we've excelled internationally, especially in the women category in the 10,000 meters. So this is a race that everyone will be having keen interest. And of course, we'll be waiting to see who reigns supreme before the finals, of course, will be held next month. And this is a race that, of course, that, like they say, Bingo Fest, where they create champions. Champions are made from such. So we are looking forward to see who reigns supreme after. Right now, they are doing their 6th lap. Of course, you can feel that the adrenaline is slowly pumping up. Told after this, there is the 100 meters. We'll be waiting to see who comes through in that one. But this is a great day of athletics because you look also at the monetary returns for this one. It's going to be great, and that's why there's that huge turnout of athletes. They know what they're going to get there. Nothing excites an athlete like what they take home at the end of the day.
Well, Greg, the event being held here at the Nairobi West Prison grounds, should we expect more athletes from the prisons department, considering it is an affiliate of Athletics Kenya?
Over the last, I think, over the last season, we've seen a huge turnout of athletes from the prison department. Of course, in the Midlands long distances. That's just the program of the day. But then you look at the turnout from the prison department, KWS, Kenya Forest Service. They have really improved. They're taking over athletics by day because all along it's been about the Kenya Police Force Service and the Kenya Defense Forces. So other forces are also coming in, and you find that most athletes who are actually excelling from the prison service, they've gone all to conquer the world and maybe make a name for themselves, and expect a huge turnout from the lads at home, that is the prisons department, who are the hosts to today's event.
Well, on your screens, that is the 10,000 meters women's final, and we have the leading pack that is slowly breaking away, and you'll see other athletes trailing, and as they go into lap number 8, perhaps this is where you split the wheat from the chaff, as each and every person seeks to bag the 300,000 Kenya shillings. Greg, I spotted you a while ago talking to the 800 meter women champion a while ago. How is the mood like? Perhaps I've also mingled with a couple of athletes here, having been here for the past 2 hours. What is the mood like with her? What is she saying?
Lilian Odira, of course, the national champion over the 800 meters. She's upbeat about this coming season. She's been there during the cross-country series. As you can see, the 5,000 meters final will be coming up later on today. But then you look at Lilian Odira, she's an athlete who's risen through the ranks over the last 2 seasons. Right now, she's the national champion in the 800 meters, and she went to the Paris Olympic, didn't really finish according to what she expected. But then she, as I talked to her, she's like, I learned valuable lessons from that experience in Miramas and Paris. So she's not going to compete today, but then she is like preparing for the world indoors that will be happening later on this month, which is also a good thing. But she's here to cheer on other athletes who will be participating in today's Bingo Fest.
Well, the appearance of such big names coming here, is it a motivator to some of these upcoming athletes? Because I remember, like in Thika, we had Ferdinand Omanyala. He only took part in 1 race, and as much as he was still there, we didn't see him running much. But do you see such actions also promoting and also giving some leads of hope to other athletes?
Sure, it gives them, because these are athletes where these are athletes whom the upcoming look up to, and having them in the crowd makes it even better for these athletes participating, because they'll be looking forward to, let's say, emulating them or trying to do what they do, and it makes even the competition even better. Just like any normal game whereby you look up to somebody to better yourself. So this is a perfect avenue for the upcoming athletes to try and emulate the likes of Lilian Odira. You've talked about Ferdinand Omanyala. I know the likes of Monica Safania, they'll be competing in the short sprint, that is the 200 and the 100 meters, which is a good thing, whereby you have competition on the pitch and off the pitch, because there are people you're looking up to, and of course the people who are competing are also having the pedigree.
Well, just to recognize Betika as sponsors working in conjunction with Athletics Kenya in ensuring that sports is elevated to greater heights and greater levels in this country. Greg, in Thika, we saw notable names. Some, of course, did not make it to the finals. Sometimes in athletics, you need tactic, as we can see now on the screens from the leading pack. You can notice they're very young girls, and you can see one seasoned athlete just trailing behind. What do you take of that?
I think it's that brings that athleticism, and you can look, let's say, like the 10,000 meters. We know a few years ago, nobody was talking about Kenyan ladies, let's say, reigning supreme in the 10,000 meters. But right now, we have the likes of Beatrice Chebet, who is a world beater over this. Over the 10,000 meters. We saw what she did at the Olympics in Paris, winning 2 gold medals over the 5,000 and the 10,000 meters. So this is a perfect avenue where I can say that, like right now, the 5 leading packs, they are preparing for the season. We've done Mumias, we've done Thika for the weekend meet of the Athletics Kenya Betika National Track and Field Series, which is a good thing. I was in Mumias, you are in Thika. But in Mumias and Thika, of course, we witnessed 2 very great events which brought actually the crowds to their feet. You could feel the enthusiasm, you could feel the adrenaline, and everything was thrilling to that end. I was in Mumias for 2 days, and I tell you, Kenya is having great talent, not only in long distances. I watched the short distances. I know we'll be having the 100 meters hits. I looked at the likes of Isaac Omuru, the younger brother to Ferdinand Omanyala. He did the 10,000, not the 100 meters and the 200 meters, and he did not tire. Apart from the semi-final where he just pulled a muscle, he still was able to compete. The world relays are coming up later on this year, I think in April or something. But then I had a chance to talk to the like of Kelvin Kipruto and the likes of course, we had the national relay team, which went to Miramas. Of course, they didn't get a chance to participate at the Olympics because they just missed by a whisker in the trials. But they said that this is their year where they're going to perform to their level best and make sure that they qualify for Tokyo. So you look at the permutations, you're like, yes, I feel there's something positive that is coming out. And something positive also about this is the monetary part of it, whereby you find an athlete coming in and you look at how they're performing. They push their levels higher. They push themselves to the limit because they know that at the end of the day, there's something positive coming at the end of the day. I was with Bernard Rotich during the national cross-country championships finals at the Eldoret Sports Club, and he told me that some of these athletes, they'd rather sell a chicken or a cow to go and compete. But you look at the returns at the end of the day. You sell that, at the end of the day, you are going to be rewarded, let's say, like here, 100,000 shillings, 150,000 shillings, 300,000 shillings. So there's more monetary value, even in the weekend meets, the track and field, whereby the winner gets 50, 20, 30. Like the cross country, from number 1 to 10, each was going home with something at least. So it makes it even enticing, even better, whereby these athletes know that if they invest in the preparations, they're going to get something.
Well, check for me at the Thika 8K. That was the second leg for the track and field. Was the inclusion or new athletes. I'm avoiding to use the word upcoming because it's relative. And you also have the university category. And talking to a seasoned sprint coach, that is Coach Moneki, the inclusion of such athletes, or rather the university category, was also a plus for the sport. Because remember, for the 100 meters for men, we had record 32 hits. And
32 hits.
32 hits.
I did 29 last year at the Nyayo Stadium.
So you see, in the past 1 year, that already shows the urge that people want. People want to take part in sports. Because remember when me and you were starting this craft like 10 years ago, we didn't have that much enthusiasm when it came to sprints. Having 32 hits, I remember even at some point it was tiring to the fans because the gun goes at hit number 1, hit number 2, hit number 3. By the time you get hit number 8.
Yeah. I can imagine that because I think this wave came around 2021, 2022 when Ferdinand Omanyala and Marco Tieno burst into the scene. Ferdinand went to Nigeria, broke the national record 10.00. Then when he came back, there were a lot of issues that were still pending. And then when he was incorporated into Team Kenya, then everyone witnessed what he did during the Kip Keino Classic. The second edition, the third edition, and of course the fourth edition. Then everyone was like, we can do this. And then there came a wave called the Omanyala Mania. So the Omanyala Mania, when it came in, everyone was like, we want to be like him. Because everybody was like, Kenya is just known for 1,500, 800, 5,000 meters.
The long distance.
And the long distances, yeah, of course. And of course, the road races. But here is a man who's proved to the world that he can conquer the world through the short sprint. So it was something that was very, very unique. And it has taken us, especially you called out the universities. They've done really well. And you can see most of these sprinters are from these universities. And it makes it very unique because the advantage of doing this in the universities is that you have that uniqueness whereby there is a confined place where you can improve yourself, you can run up without restrictions, so things like that. So Omanyala coming in and showing the rest of the world that Kenya can also do sprints in a good way. Marco Tieno, of course, coming back from that short break, ensuring that he continues also with the trend, makes it really special, and we hope that most of this will continue. Isaac Omuru, of course, got inspiration from his brother, so that's a beautiful story.
I wanted to actually to comment and say that part of the Omanyala Mania, it now became a family affair. We have a spouse. I saw her
you see, they
a few minutes ago
they
passing here.
transcended from rugby to athletics.
Thank you. And we also have the likes of Collins Omae, who's, I think now he's transitioned into coaching, he's in the States. And that's also another athlete who came from rugby and joined the sprints. And he did quite well for the country and also for himself, also going for global stages, representing Kenya, both in Africa and the international stages.
Collins Omae, of course, former national champion in the 400 meters. And I looked at him last year. He wasn't really up to task because he claimed that a few injuries took toll on him. And me hearing the news that he's transforming into coaching is something that is unique and beautiful, because you look at him, he's a guy who's represented the Kenya, captained Kenya, Team Kenya at the Africa Athletics Championships 2 years ago. So when you look up to someone like that, then you know that maybe the tactics he'll be giving you or something will be new, fresh ideas, which are very important in the modern athletics world.
Just noting a shout out from Bidan Karoki Mushiri, a season-long distance runner. Born in Nyandarua County, he's represented Kenya at various levels, and he's watching the 10,000 meters. And he's placed in bet. I don't want to mention this, but he's placed in bet on one of the athletes in the leading pack. Thank you very much, Bidan. Now based in Japan, he won silver at the 2011 Maputo Games of all Africa, held in Maputo. He also won silver again at the 2015 IAAF All Cross Country, held in city of Guiyang. And also at the IAAF World Half Marathon Championships, he won gold, and the team sport, as well as an individual race, he won silver. Thanks for watching Bidan all the way from Japan. Greg, the involvement of also former athletes who probably could be watching, who probably could now be transitioning into coaching, because now we have the seasoned coaches that have been there. Age is catching up with them. Others are going into retirement, though sometimes with coaching, you don't retire. A natural calamity perhaps takes you off the sport.
Of course, that helps in transition, because you look at the experience of former and, of course, the athletes who are also incoming, those who are also participating but not at the highest level. It helps in ensuring that there's that continuity, and it's something that we've witnessed over the years, whereby some of these athletes act as coaches, agents, and of course goodwill ambassadors to such events. And you find that covering such events and having them around makes it even better for these athletes who are, of course, aiming to represent the country or even themselves in different competitions across the globe. We know this year Betika and Athletics Kenya have started the campaign of Road to Tokyo, which started let's say 2 months ago, and such events are shaping up some of these athletes, and having those, let's say, experienced athletes makes it even better for these athletes to come and ensure that they trade their craft carefully, and let's say earn those points that will help them go to compete, let's say in the Diamond League, the different meets across the globe.
Well, this the Bingwa Fest. I'm seeing other notable athletes who are arriving. They are now, I think probably they should be retired by now. This is the first edition of the Betika Bingwa Fest Athletics edition. Remember, this Bingwa Fest fuses both entertainment and promoting athletics in various disciplines, that is rugby, athletics, as well as football. On your screens, we have the 10,000 meters women's race that is ongoing. We have the leading pack of 3 athletes who early in the morning were busy here on the warm-up track, warming up. And just to quote, the mood here is that Tokyo lazima tuende. Every athlete wants to make the cut.
Will you be there?
Into the team.
Will you be there?
Of course, I will be there.
Road to Tokyo begins by then with such. I look at how they're lined up. You're like, yeah. I think most of these athletes are looking forward to Tokyo, and things in other sports we call them like a pre-season, because we've just done 2 legs of the Athletics Kenya track and field. And next is gonna be at the Ulinzi complex.
So they have 5 laps remaining. Proceed, Greg.
And this is where the grain is separated from the chaff. And you look at right now from 5 is down to 3.
Well, definitely you can clearly tell that all these 3 will be podium finishers. Bagging the position 1, remember, will go home with 300,000 shillings. Position 2, 250,000 shillings, while position 3, 200,000 shillings. The 4th place finisher will take home 100,000, while the 5th place finisher will take home 75,000 shillings. Remember, we are coming to you live from the Athletics Kenya Bingwa Fest. This is a Nairobi edition, the first athletics edition to be held in this country this year at the Langata Women's Prisons grounds, just to Langata Prisons. And from where the studio is, I can see the Wilson Airport, planes landing, planes flying. And perhaps, Greg, would you wish to be in one of them? Perhaps next time we do commentary from a plane?
Yeah. Actually, that will be. I'm looking at prize money, where the 10,000 meters winner, 250,000 shillings, and then the second, the first runner up, the second one. Prize money 300,000 from an investment of, let's say we were talking about the athletes investing, let's say, selling a cow or a chicken to in home with something for the kind of preparations to keep you assured of being a money bracket. You can see the winner walking away 300,000 placed the silver and 50,000 and 200,000. But then there are prizes up to the 5th position, which makes it really, really special. So the front 3 on the podium assured of at least 200,000 shillings. So it is fast. It's the ice train.
Well, already the 10,000 meters men's participants are warming up, and anytime from now they should be assembling at the call center while getting ready to get onto the track. After this 10,000 meters women's finals, we have the 100 meters heat athletes who are getting ready after this race ends. Having taken part, me and you, Greg, in various sporting disciplines, not only athletics, sometimes I'd say in sports, it is the passion that we see, the zeal, the urge for an athlete or a participant to make it. Going by the stories you're telling me of someone selling livestock, someone selling a pet, or just offsetting something so that you can get some money
in this, yeah,
so that you can either fuel your car, either board PSV vehicle matatu and come to Nairobi, or go to wherever the event that will be and take part. To me, that already is the beginning of winning. By the fact that you're carrying your goods, you can sell it to your neighbor from a village perspective. They give you 6,000 shillings, 10,000 shillings, and you invest that back into the sport. To me, that's a plus, and it shows just how Kenyans want to take part in sports. And I think we sponsors such as Betika, big shout out to Jafet Ahulia. With the involvement of Betika, looking forward to more sponsors coming on board. Then we are looking at places where we are looking at chances where the sport will go to greater heights.
And of course, we're talking about taking sports to a greater height, and of course, the kind of incentives that come through and Betika, ensuring that these athletes at least compete to have something at the end of the day, makes it really, really special. We can see a couple of athletes and a number of events coming up. You talked about the 100 meters. I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen in the 100 meters hits. I'm also looking forward to see what will happen in the 10,000 meters men, which has been a very good competition for Kenyan athletes. Jacob Kiplimo has been stepping on our toes. London Marathon, 7.
Well, in the 10,000 meters, perhaps the coaches need to go back to the drawing board and ensure that our name goes back to where it was in the previous years.
With just the last few meters of this one, the 10,000 meters women final, that is almost coming to the end. And now it is time to see who reigns supreme in this one with the last lap to go. And they hit the bell. This is the last lap of the 10,000 meters here at the Nairobi West Prison. And you can see the athletes, they know what's at stake. They know what to do. They know how exactly to take let's say the strides into the last few meters and maybe win this one. It is the 10,000 meters women final, the first event of the day here at the Bingwa Fest, Nairobi West Prison. And you can see the enthusiasm, you can see the adrenaline also pumping up. And into the last lap, who's going to win the 300,000 shillings? Who's going to take the 250,000 shillings? We are just about to know who's going to be the winner in this first event of this Bingwa Fest 10,000 meters women final. The edition, of course, culminating the end of the series. And you can see that is a very great kick. He's very, very confident heading into the last 100 meters.
Well, she's taking the final corner into the home stretch. You can see her shoulders are still held high, using her arms, her hands to beat through the wind, gnashing of teeth, and she is sure that she has won. And indeed, she has won. cross the line as the winner, and the second place finisher is coming through in a short moment. Indeed, 10,000 meters needs a lot of technique, Greg, to ensure that you have endurance and speed towards the end so that you can emerge the winner.
Of course, it's all about knowing when to kick, knowing when to actually break away from the rest of the pack, and actually that is what we've witnessed in this race, and it's something that we can say has helped many athletes, not only the winner in this one, but many of these athletes, they know. And if you talk to many of them, even the world beaters, they tell you that it's never over until you turn on the 150-meter bend.
Well, there is an athlete there who's still training, and you can see the fans are encouraging her and clapping and telling her to go on, go on. I'd say I admire such athleticism. I admire such positive spirit that despite you being in the last position or not having won, but you'll see an athlete pushing forward and ensuring that they'll go up to the finish line. So that is a very positive mood and shows great. She has one lap to go, and there goes the bell for her. And she's determined to go to the finish line and finish and perhaps get her time, and looking forward, if she decides to use this race as a learning ground, we seek to see her in other subsequent races in future, because there are very many world beaters now, seasoned names in athletics, who did not do well in their initial stages, but now they're world beaters.
They always say, not about winning, but of course competing and finishing the race. That makes you even a winner. And I think that's the spirit that has been carried along. We don't witness too many athletes dropping out. Let's say you are not in a favorable position, you're not able to win this, but then you are able to ensure that you carry that mantle, make sure that you finish, look at your time, it helps you improve on the next one. The 10,000 meters, of course, a race that began our day here at the Nairobi West prison. It's the Nairobi edition of the Bingwa Fest, and of course a couple of races lined up, and of course the Bingwa Fest brought you courtesy of the leading betting firm in the country, Betika, who of course have brought champions to your doorstep. Last weekend we were at the Nairobi Polo Club, where we witnessed very good action in rugby, football, and of course basketball. I really love the street basketball, the 3-point shooting challenge that came in within. But of course the Bingwa Fest has made many of these sportsmen and women celebrate at least something, and you can always watch and witness that here, courtesy of Betika, who are the official sponsors of the Bingwa Fest. And this is the Nairobi edition. Now remember, this will have to be held later on the next month in a venue yet to be confirmed. But then you can feel that from all the legs, from straight away from Mumias to Nyanza to Machakos, they went to West Coast, all the regions that held the Bingwa Fest. Everybody has been celebrated and winners have been made.
Well, as we await to join our colleague Charity on the other side of studio with a side interview of the winners of the 10,000 meters, we just want to acknowledge the brilliant artistic and creative shots of the production team here by Athletics Kenya. And on your screen you can see the beaming of the Athletics of the Bingwa Fest logo. As we await the arrival, we await the start of the next race, that is the 100 meters hits. We can see the 10,000 meters men going to the coil center. And now I want to usher in, just to hand over to Charity with the winners of the women 10,000 meters for our side interview.
Thank you so much, Victor Ogale. On the other side of the commentary booth, I'm joined here by the top 3 finishers in the 10,000 meters. Karibia madam. Kwa majina unaitwa nani na leo race imekuwa vipi kwako?
Kwa majina naitwa Fiala Chemwen. Race haikuwa rahisi.
Nimeona umebwaga wenzako vile umebakisha laps 2 kabla umalize. Ni nini imekusukuma, nini imekufanya ukapata hiyo motisha ya kuacha ndio uende top place?
Tulikuwa tumekimbia na hawa mpaka nimesoma sasa. Nimejua kila mtu.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
Number 2, tuko na pia wanariadha kutoka kambi ya Lemotit, wengi wao. Kwa majina unaitwa nani?
Haya, kwanza acha nishukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Ya pili, jina ni Dana Chepkema, natoka upande wa Lemotit Athletics Training Camp and coach Paul Game. Mbea leo haikuwa mbaya, but ni kuvumilia tu. Ukivumilia utapata.
Thank you and all the best. Number 3, kwa majina unaitwa nani na unafeel aje kuhusu race ya leo?
Jina langu ni Chepkema Sharon kutoka Lemotit Athletics Training Camp and coach Paul Game. Leo mbio haikuwa mbaya, ni upepo kidogo tu, lakini ni hali ya kuvumilia.
All the best and congratulations. Those who are the top 3 finishers. We're going now to the 10,000 meters men race that is about to start. Over to you, Victor, as we continue with the race.
Just me and Greg here, just wondering, the intonation and the hasty speech by the last 2 athletes perhaps could be as a result of the race and the adrenaline and everything, and also part of taking a toll on you, because after you do 10,000 meters, you'll get tired under this scorching sun here in Nairobi, Greg.
Look at the race, 25 laps. It's not an easy thing to do, and just about before the 100 meters hits, of course, we are about to witness another 25 lap race. That is the 10,000 meters men. I've always said Kenya can do better.
Well, on your screens we have the men for the 10,000 meters race. Just a slight jig in the program. Then shortly afterward we'll have the heats for the 100 meters men. Indeed, just having a chat here or via WhatsApp by a seasoned athlete over this distance that is beaten Rocky, and if I may quote, he's told me that there's your replay of the final home stretch of the 10,000 meters for the women that just ended, where we had Viola Chepkemoi emerging as the winner. So Bidan was saying that this race requires a lot of tactic, and you also need to study each and every athlete near you, both behind, on your left, on your right, and also in front. And something that we quote the winner, Viola, she also said the same thing. What do you have to say about that?
I think it was all about the tactics she used to win that, because you look at her over the last 150, she checked over her shoulder to look at where the opponents were, which is a tactical thing. And she's talked about Paul Kemei, who's the coach. He's been doing a great job to ensure that these athletes are in great shape. And of course, the Lemotit camp is one of the leading camps in the country at the moment, producing Midland long distance runners who come and conquer, of course, the national and international scene. So to me, Viola just did what maybe the coach had instructed her to do coming into this race. Ensure that she knows when to stride, she knows when to take the pose, and of course hit the front at the empty time, and of course winning the 10,000 meters. So it's all about the preparations, and of course Viola has just shown us what she was capable to do over this, and we are waiting to see what's going to happen, of course, in the men 10,000 meters. The track officials, of course, going through the last pretty much pre-race rituals, just to ensure that everything is in order, ensure that the bib numbers are okay, the entries are fine, and of course each athlete is able to compete in a fair and good manner. So it's all about I can see some of them being told, hey my friend, you need to step aside. So ensuring that everything that has been set is up to standard. Really want to see in athletics compete in a fair manner, whereby you are told these are the rules before the race, follow the rules.
Greg, we had perhaps as we are in the communication of what is taking part at the start line of the 10,000 meters men's race, we had similar scenarios where, due to the soaring numbers of the men, that was in 1,500 meters, they had to split it into 2 heats, because remember, there was an instance where we had slightly over 30 athletes in 1 heat, and the officials, the umpires said, no, this cannot happen. Even in world stages, this cannot take place. So they had to split, and we had 2 hits splitting the athletes so that it can also have some space, which can also not affect your time, your running style, your technique, so that each and every athlete can have their own space, and also for the growth and the good of the sport. Maybe you can just give us some of the athletes who are in the 10,000 meters race.
Of course, the list is here, and we're going to see close to 42 athletes running in the 10,000 meters final. Simon Macharia, Julius Ngali, James Waweru, Simon Muigai, Dennis Irungu, Samuel Kiprop, who runs for the NYS, Dennis Mbu, Joshua Kibet, Silas To, Edward Mutunga, Evans Ndirangu, Joseph Nzioki, Meshak Jackson Kasaine, Alfred Kimani, Hilary Kiprotich, Kelvin Sigei of K-Light, Okioma Dismas of Ngong, Elfas Kip Kemboy of Kenya Defense Forces, and of course there is the likes of Nick Kitundu, Ishmael Korea, Kip Kemoy Bernard, Caxton Sami, and Kelvin Chitchir, John Mungai. Just a long list that goes all the way to Elijah Mwangi of Kenya Defense Forces, and a couple of runners from the Ngong Athletic Club, the likes of Hilary Kiplimo, Elkana Kipngetich, Dennis Mwendwa, Eston Mwangi. So it's dominated by, of course, the leading clubs, athletics clubs, and I'm sure this will be very interesting. From Prisons, of course, I'm trying to see who's racing on behalf of Prisons. It's quite disappointing that they don't have an athlete in the 10,000 meters men. And that's quite alarming because they're the host here at Nairobi West, but they're not competing in this one. Maybe they just want to be spectators in this. Because we look at the likes of Geoffrey Kamoror, the athletes who've come out of the prison department, the likes of Timothy Cheriot, in the 1,500 meters, the great and only man who's won a gold medal over the 1,500 meters in the last 5 years. So it is what it is. But then we're ready for the 10,000 meters men, 41 athletes, and there we go.
There goes the gun. The 10,000 meters race has just begun. Actually, what they did was they separated the athletes so that they end up, because I know before the leading pack starts separating, there's a lot of pushing, shoving, elbowing, and sometimes they also step on each other. So they decided to have one pack starting on the left side of the track and the other starting on the right side of the track, but you can see them slowly merging as the race goes into lap number 2. And sometimes, Greg, given in life, you must have a plan B. If a plan B fails, you have a plan C, especially in sports. You were at the Bingwa Fest and things did not end up very good. There were some ugly scenes, and that is part of sports. Sometimes the passion can make people react because the results did not go in a certain way or what they expected. And such scenes, we've seen them in football, we've seen them in rugby, even in athletics sometimes we see people cheering, people even teasing each other. I'll give you an example of Thika, where we had some athletes who were just making fun of the other athletes and telling them, once I get on the track, I'll ensure that I pile pressure on you guys, so that by the time gun goes off, I'm the one who's only gonna win.
Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles, of course, is world champion over the 100 meters and, of course, an Olympic medalist over the same distance. And, of course, you look at how he behaves. He says that he borrowed that spirit from the mom who told him, never change what you do no matter what. He went to Jamaica, rather, when they were doing the trials for him, told him, man, continue doing what you're doing. So it's one way of ensuring that you psych up yourself, you are up to exactly doing the thing that really makes you a champion, stand out. You saw what Usain Bolt used to do when he was actually on top of things. You saw what he did in Beijing, you saw what he did in Rio, and you saw what he did, of course, over the 2 Olympic championships that he competed in. So it is all about how you prepare yourself. And you talk about
And also, before I usher in Coach Hillary, who's a seasoned sprint coach, but I also need to hear his opinion over the 10,000 meters race. Let's not only utilize his brains over the sprints. And there are tactics that various athletes put in, because while you're on the blocks, especially for the sprints, and the fatigue team has checked, everything is okay. But before the gun fires, you see an athlete lifting up their hand and waking up. Already that also sort of piles up tension on the other athletes who will wonder, what is happening? What is happening to this sprinter? And by that, he's reading the body language of these other athletes. And by the time the gun goes, this person has already taken off.
I will be waiting to see who actually takes off and takes pace here in the 10,000 meters at the moment. Of course, 48 athletes heading into this one first, as Skip Kirui currently in the lead. And of course, I'm joined with a very experienced coach who will be telling us an analysis. He witnessed the 10,000 meters women final. The 10,000 meters final is now in the third lap, and it's something that, of course, we'll be looking forward to. But coach, looking at the events over the last few
for sponsoring this event, and we have a long way to go as Kenya in the 10,000 meters. It's an event that is traditionally should be a Kenyan affair because of the altitude training. Most of the Europeans came, learned what we do, and they went back and actualized what we were doing and improved on it by adding science in the running. So it's something that we need to learn. We need to incorporate science in our run, and this event will come back to Kenya. Cheptegei, yes.
In the world, but then they can't dominate forever. What needs to be done to ensure that a race like this one is dominated by Kenyans once again?
Like I said a few moments ago, we need to let me just say we need to have maybe an exchange program where our coaches go out there and study. You know, let us go and study what the other people are doing. Then we come back and actualize. Because basing the results from the Olympics, our first athlete was number 5, Bernard Kibet, with a time of 26 minutes 43 seconds 98, and the winner had 26 43 44. This means we are not so far away, but we just need to push a little bit harder on the science aspect of running, and I think everything now will be sorted.
Talking about the science aspect of running, we are looking at the way things are happening right now.
Yes.
Many countries, of course, have gone from the traditional way of training to including science and, of course, the traditional way into athletics. How far or how near are we to success using those those kind of trainings?
Well, we are not so far away, because I know since I was there, I used to be in the Olympic camp, just visit and see what we were doing. Led by Coach Bernard Ouma through NOC, they had incorporated.
The man from Gong.
Yes, the man from
Gong Athletics Club.
Rongai Athletics Club.
Sorry.
Yes, Bernard Ouma from Rongai Athletics Club. Is so much. We have so much knowledge, and he has so much knowledge that incorporated in the through NOC. We have data so far. He was collecting data when you go out running, and maybe you've gone for a long run. It will bring back what your stats. When you go out for sprints, it will bring back what you are doing and what you need. That means we have closed the gap, but we are not yet there. Let us not just have this in the national team only. We need to have this science incorporated even in camps. So it's something that the federation needs to adopt, not just National Olympic Committee of Kenya. It needs to go back to the federations, and from federations we incorporate even to the training camps, because it all starts in the training camps before it reaches the national level. So we are not far away, but we need to be at par with the rest of the world.
Talking about the rest of the world, you find that most of these long distance athletes, they prefer going for the road races.
Yes.
Than the 10,000 meters. Is it losing the value, the 10,000 meters, first of all?
Well, to be factual, the 10,000 meters track is losing value, because even in the Diamond Leagues, it's not as much as it was a long time ago. So it is something that is pushing athletes onto the road, because there is money in the road. And sponsors are moving to the road. A lot of the sponsors are moving to the road. This means there is money in the road than on the track, as far as 10,000 meters is concerned.
And that just explains the reason as to why many athletes are preferring road races to this. But then,
yes,
still, this is an international competition. Not many meets. Let's say the World Diamond League Series, the World Athletics Diamond Series. You don't see most races having the 10,000 meters.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And that's why I've said the World Athletics also is to blame for this. I'm not saying they are to be blamed, but it is them that are pushing the athletes. You see young athletes moving to the road races and to the marathon. So it's something that they have to work on it, because I don't know, maybe the insight is because sponsors are moving to the road because it takes a longer period, or I don't know the logistics for this. But 10,000 meters track is losing some value because of the road races. You can see even Cheptegei is slowly moving to road.
Yeah, of course, he'll be competing in the London Marathon. That is on 27th of next month.
You see, even him is in where the money is.
So it's all about the money. And
it's
of
about
course,
the money.
We have money here courtesy of Betika in the Bingwa Fest. Of course, this is the Nairobi edition, and this is the last of the series before we go to the national championships. And you followed the athletics all along. You followed the national cross country series all day from Machakos. We ended up at the Eldoret Sports Club. We've witnessed the Sirikwa Classic. We've witnessed the Chepsaita. All these races are shaping these athletes, but it's all about the monetary value. I've been talking to Victor a couple of moments ago, and we were talking about how an athlete prepares to come to such races. We are looking at an athlete who's invested, let's say, 3,000, 4,000 or 5,000 here, and is in a position to win 300,000 shillings. How, as a coach, how is it putting the mood in the camp? How is it setting the mood, in the camp?
I'm telling you, my friend, the camp is uncontrollable. You'll tell an athlete, no, we are not going to Betika race today because we need to do some fat leg, but they'll tell you, coach, there's 300,000. How am I going to do fat leg?
I'm going to get that. Yeah.
And they assure you that, coach, let me go get that money. And it's so much psych in the camps right now. There's so much psych. 300,000. People only see that in when you go to the national team.
Even at the national championship, before Betika came in, it wasn't even possible because the winner could get, let's say, 10,000 or 5,000 shillings, and that was a goodwill from the Athletics Kenya Federation, of course. And it's something that everybody was like, why don't we get something better? Nobody's investing in athletics. Betika have done really great.
You know, let us call a spade a spade. There has never been a sponsor as big as Betika, because there's nobody who has offered 300,000 for one race. I remember when I was still young, there was the Everready, and it was like a
power.
And
of course, on your screen, say the 10,000 meters women final results: Viola Chepmweno winning in a time of 34 minutes 41.8 seconds. Diana Chepkemoi, of course, coming in second. Diana Chepkemoi, she's done well at the 10K in cross country. She's here again, winning 250,000 shillings. She's just collected virtually every bit of money in the series.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
Like I've told you, even if you collect AK meets, you know,
5,000. When Betika came in,
and there were 6 of them, 6 in the season. So this means was if you win all of them, you're getting 30,000. And then when you win the national, is another 5,000. That is 35,000. And then when you go to the camp, maybe you're going to African Championship, you'll get about 50, 100,000. So Betika is giving you money that you would have collected in a whole season.
In one race.
In one race.
This this is really great because you look at Diana Chepkemoi. I've covered her in Machakos. She went to Kapsokwony. She went to Iten. She went to Bomet. She went to Kisii. She came back to the Eldoret Sports Club. She's been on the podium in almost all these races. And this is something that is really great. And of course, that shows consistency, coach.
Yes, consistency, and is very good for the because she's getting race ready. Every race she comes, she gets much better and better prepared for the following race.
And of course, we are handing you over to Charity. We'll be speaking to Betika marketing manager. Over to you, Charity.
With the 10,000 meter and waiting for the second heat of the 10,000 meter, I'm joined here by the brand marketing manager from Betika, Japheth Akulia. Mr. Japheth, so far Betika, you've had a passion in sports. What inspired you, and what drives you? What drives the passion?
For us, importantly, is to give talent an opportunity. Betika is about giving opportunities, and we've noticed that many people are talented, but they don't have the opportunity. So we have come together and put together a platform to help athletes, sportsmen, to come and showcase their talents. And at the end of it, they also get something small to help their lives. Because Betika is about the community, and in the community we have different people who have different talents that we'd like them to showcase. So such a platform is to give these athletes a chance to come and showcase their talent, build on it, because we've had very many success stories from Bingwa Fest, where we've had athletes come and run, they were discovered, they were taken abroad, they went and won there. So it just meant that it just shows that opportunity is what they need, and as Betika we are very happy to give people an opportunity. Bingwa Fest has been running now since August last year, and we've had a chance to go to different areas. We went to Mumias, we went to Kisumu, we went to Machakos, Eldoret, Mombasa, and now we are here in Nairobi, and it's been phenomenal. So we are going to have like an Olympics, yes, where we'll pick the national champion. This will happen in April, and we will unveil the location very soon.
Looking forward to that. And then we also have Betika community. Perhaps if you could tell us more about Betika community.
Betika community is basically that. It's Betika being part of the community. And what we are doing is we are coming together with the community to uplift lives. And we've done this in very many different ways. For example, we've put up boreholes where people needed boreholes. We do free medical camps. I think you've seen that. We do free medical camps where we come and set up and ask the community to come, and they're given top quality medication. We bring in the best doctors to attend to them, and we give back to the community. Apart from that, Bingwa Fest is a way of also being part of the community, where we come and give the opportunity to the different sportsmen, and we reward them for their efforts. We also have, we've also sponsored teams. For example, in the FKF Premier League, we have AFC Leopards, Ingwe, and the Police, and we're also sponsoring a team in the Nationwide League called DFE 105 from Eldoret. So about
Kutoka huu ni mchujo wa kwanza wa mita 10,000 wanaume. Tulikuwa na michujo miwili. Baada ya mchujo huu ambao umeonyeshwa mizunguko 9, tutakuwa na mzunguko wa pili na wa mwisho katika shindano hili. Baada ya hapo, mwaniki sijui baada ya mita 10,000 mchujo wa pili tutaelekea wapi? Naona tuko Nairobi West Prison, lakini tutaelekea wapi katika mashindano haya?
Baada ya michujo miwili ya mita 10,000 tutakwenda mita 100.
All the best, looking forward to the Betika National Championship, and also for more, I think I'll be testing your free medical camp.
Thank you very much.
That is Jafet Akule. He is the brand marketing manager for Betika community. For Betika, and he's telling us the project that they're going on. That is they have the Betika Festival, the Bingwa Festival, where they have various sports being done, and also having the national championship that they will be having, their national championship that they will be having. And also you've spoken about the community, what they are doing for the community, maybe drilling boreholes, giving free medical camps. I'm also going to be testing one. I hope also Mulemi and Victor will be doing that. Over to you, Victor and Mulemi, in the commentary booth.
Sorry, Billy's cap.
discipline forces which have been all along dominated by the KDF and then the National Police Service, and of course, the prison department. Yeah.
NYS will bring good competition, and as you've seen in the last meeting, even Betika meetings, their athletes are coming up well. Like you can see, Kiprop there leading. I hope he'll continue. After this one, we'll go to the second final because we have two finals today. We had 48 athletes registered, and according to the World Athletics rules, one final can only have 24 athletes. So this is the first final of 24 athletes. Then we have the second final of another 24 athletes. And the winner will be known by time, best of time. So you might run in hit 1 and become number 3, and maybe the first person in the second the first person in the second final will have a slower time. So the fastest 3 people will walk away with the prize money. And on this edition, just like the other editions, the winner gets 300,000, second position 250,000, third position 200,000, fourth 100,000, then the fifth position gets 75,000. So this is still good money based on any other competition that has ever been organized in this country. Big up Betika na community. This is much condemnable. John Mungai is leading now, taking the reign from Kiprop. John Mungai leading from the National Police Service.
The National Police Service, once again, we're talking about them, not really dominant in the long distance. Then them right now, it's like just something, a monster. I was covering the National Athletics Championships last year. The new ceremonies complex where we witnessed the National Police Service dominate the 100 meters, the 200 meters. And when the relay came, it was all about KDF and MPS, so it was really exciting to watch that. But having them beating the 10,000 meters right now, they need makes it very special. That's how they line up. It's really special. But then you talked about the preparations that these athletes undergo before competing in such high-level events.
Preparation is when we talk about the performance at the race, we have to know that there is a lot of work that has gone behind the scenes. Every day they wake up in the morning, maybe at 5:30, they are out on the road doing their long run. Then at 10, they move to the track to do speed work. Then in the evening again, they go for an easy jog, easy run, or just a recovery run. You get it? Then in between the week, there is also gym work. They do strength and conditioning. And no, it's not just running. It's a lot of things. Running is only aerobic. That is only the cardiovascular part. There's a lot of that goes on. There is strength and conditioning.
Daily routine of an athlete. Let's say, for instance, now they're talking about the 10,000.
Wake up in the morning, and they're out, go run, or you can, then they have their, then they pass to the track. Now you do the speed endurance, speed, then after that you do some conditioning work before they go for the evening run. So minimum is 3 sessions a day.
So 3 sessions a day?
Yes. And it's even tougher for sprinters because you get a goal within the first 10 seconds. Yes. It's 9.6, 9.7 seconds. And you prepare for 9 months.
And you talked about the sprinters. Look at how they prepare for this session. They put in a lot of work.
Yes.
Just
it's a lot of work that goes in. When you look, you might think it is easy, but it is not easy. Because for sprinters, they go to the gym 3 times in a week now. In the off season, they do 3 to 4. In season, minimum is 2, twice. Because you have to work on your upper body, you have to work on your lower body, and you have to work on the general aspect of the body. Yes, and then there is also band work involved. There is supplementation also involved. It's a lot of money.
Wakimaliza tunaenda kwa haraka, tutaki kupoteza time, tumechelewa na uwanja huo hauna flatline, kwa hivyo tuangalie. Ila likibro kutoka Gong.
Yes. And this is they are 8 to 5. When you are in the office right now watching the race, for them this is their job. And in the evening they have to do something because your opponent is not sleeping. Yes, and it's it's nowadays 10,000. They start with jogging, then all of a sudden, and that jogging is 64 seconds per lap. Yes. Then when the boys are being separated from the men, it's 56 seconds per lap. Yes. Yes. Yes, 60 seconds for you to be safe. Yes. 56 you are now in the medal. Yes. And he did 54 2 laps consecutive. That's why you separate the boys from the men. And when you see them doing that 54 seconds, it means they also do speed work. Like our athletes at the camp. We have a session where they just do sprinters drills. You have to, yes. Short distance or marathoner, you have to do the, yes, yes.
At the National Athletics Championship, I was like, this guy seems to be calculating really well.
Yes.
He wants to do. And you look at how he won in Sirikwa.
Ebenyo is on a revenge mission when he missed the national team. So
yeah, of course, we'll talk about Ebenyo in a few moments because Charity is here, the winner of the 10,000 meters.
Thank you so much, Mulemi and Hilary. As we continue with the 10,000 meters race, we have our number 1 here in the first heat. Kwa majina unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina naitwa John Mugai kutoka upande wa Nyahururu.
Preparations zako za leo zilikuwa vipi?
Preparation ilikuwa mzuri na race pia ilikuwa mzuri, haikuwa baya. Ingawa kulikuwa na joto sana. Lakini nashukuru Mungu kwa results za leo. Okay.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We also have our number 2. He won the second series of the Athletics Kenya track and field that was held last week in Betika. And today he's been able to finish second at the Bingwa Fest. Kwa majina unaitwa?
Kwa majina mimi ni Samuel Kiprop Mulwa. Mimi ni kijana wa idara NYS. Mazoezi yangu nafanyia pale Gilgil Paramilitary Training. Yeah.
Na vile sasa umemaliza back to back podium tukiwa Thika na leo una feel aje?
Na feel motivated sana. Na feel yani my training haikui for nothing. I'm so excited yani. Naona yenyewe I'm doing something good. Inanipa niendelee na niendelee zaidi na zaidi. Yeah.
All the best.
Thank you.
I'm also joined by number 3. as we prepare for the finals for the 10,000 meters. Kwa majina unaitwa nani na unafeel aje leo vile umeweza kumaliza among top 3?
Mimi naitwa Kevin Gibet. Mimi na train na Iten. Nimefurahia siku ya leo kukimbia the first time track and field. Yes.
All the best na congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we've started the second final for the 10,000 meter. Over to you, Mulemi and Victor, as we continue with the race.
Finals of the 10,000 meters has taken honor with me is Coach Hillary, Coach the soaring numbers. What do you have to say about that? Because I remember even in Betika we had that's 2 hits and 2 sprints. I remember even at some. Thank you, Charity. Now we have on your screen the second heat, or rather the second final of the 10,000 meters for men. And Coach, the soaring numbers over the races because of the incentive by Betika, because it's very lucrative, 300,000 for number 1, 250 for number 2, and 200 for number 3. And they're adding up to number 5. So of course, I know for this particular one, they look at the times for the top 5 times.
I wish I had training shoes. I was also join them. That money is too much, my friend. It's more than anyone has ever offered on Kenyan soil.
I was discussing a while ago with Gregory, and he was telling me how mingling with some of the athletes, and which is a fact, by the way, how the zeal is there. There are people who have to offset one thing or two livestock. Someone sells a goat so they can at least just raise bus fare or maybe fuel to get to Nairobi and take part in a race. Why is it because of the passion? Is it why go through all that, Coach?
Well, you know, those in the offices have bank loans. You know, you go to the bank, they give you a loan, or you can go to your phone and take online loans, and you know, spend and do something. But for them, running is their job, and most of them are not as elite. Most of them don't have managers to be put in a race abroad, so they have to work themselves up the ladder. That's why you see them turning up in large numbers here, because this result will be used to get another race somewhere. Just because it is Kenya and you are coming number 1 in a race in Kenya, it means you are good enough. You know, that's why you see stiff competition.
Plowing back, if you have retail shop, you invest, you add more stock. So basically, this is what these guys are doing.
It's true. They are now. That's exactly what it is. You are restocking. So they have to sell a goat to come here and get 300,000. Even if it was you, wouldn't you have done that also? You have to rip back.
What our politicians are doing. And indeed, they're going on to their third lap, and the leading pack is slowly, the gap is slowly from the leading pack, the ones in the middle are slowly separating from each. And sometimes these are tactics that are applied by the various athletes. You decide to run forward and dash and burn your opponents, and if you have endurance, you can as well emerge the winner, Coach.
And sometimes you put a rabbit, the pacemaker, you call them a rabbit. So you know the person you've put in front is not going to finish the race. So the aim is to burn out the other people.
So they end up chasing that.
The other guys will not know. So for you, you know, this 300,000, when you win it, the rabbit will get 50,000. And the rabbit knows that they will not win this race. So the aim here is to come and burn the other people. ban them. When they follow them, you might think this is the winner. This is the winner.
Coach.
But on lap 15, they exit.
I think you can put like 2 or 3 rabbits. I'd rather you go home with very little money, but you've punished the other athletes.
I'm not saying that's what we do in our camp. No. We don't have rabbits in our camp. But this is what happens. You just put a pacemaker and you stay behind. And you just do the timing, you know. So that is how this race is lucrative right now.
Well, we are coming to you live from the Nairobi West GK prisons at their training grounds, and this is the first edition of the Athletics Bingwa First Track Athletics Championship. This is the Nairobi Region edition that is brought to you courtesy of Betika as the sponsors and Athletics Kenya. Already we've had a couple of events having taken place. We had the women's 10,000 meters where we had Viola Chepkemoi as the winner, and now we have the 10,000 meters where we had the first final taking place. Then now this is the second final, and remember in this particular race they'll look at the fastest times. That's how they'll decide who's position 1 to number 5. The reason for the more than one final is because of the soaring numbers that are here, and indeed the officials had to make a quick decision so that they can accommodate each and every person that registered and each and every person that came on board. Remember also, this Bingo Fest is a festival that is or rather is an initiative by Betika, which seeks to elevate and to promote sports in this country, and also to ensure that the sports enthusiasts as well as stakeholders and the athletes also get entertained apart from competing here on here at the grounds.
Like you can see, the leading pack, we have Nick Kitunda from Gong, then we have Kipkemoi Bernard from Keringet. Keringet is not in Nairobi, it's in Kericho. So this means this athlete has traveled all the way from Kericho to come and compete here. Why have they come? Why are they doing so? Of the money that Betika is 300,000 for the winner, and they are awarding up to number 5. The 5th person gets 75,000. So we have large numbers. 48 athletes registering for 10,000 meters. 40 and
going by what we saw in Thika over the weekend, we also had new entrants they are doing with the blocks, as much as some of the athletes are using it as a tactic just to instill fear as a way of intimidation to their colleagues. But then again, this is a learning ground, so of course you expect these athletes, if probably this is their first race, they've come the second race, this is a bingo first, they are picking a thing or two on how, in terms of lane discipline, in terms of how to start, in terms of what to do, the do's and don'ts of their particular race.
Yes. They are using this as a training, as training, so that when the next meet comes, they'll be better. And during nationals or during the trials, we'll have they'll be well conversant with the equipment and with the tactic. Like say, this being a world championship here, Ebenyo would want to elevate from a silver medal to a gold medal. Remember, gold went to Cheptegei in Budapest. And Benyo got second, Barega got third. So there was Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. You know, and this being the World Championship here, everybody wants the gold. Because in contract negotiations, the world champion gets a better deal. There are others that get twice the amount they signed the previous year.
And also the endorsements.
Yes.
You mentioned that as well.
And remember also endorsements. And there are guys who survive on just World Championship. You know, they disappear for 2 years and they reappear to defend their title.
And then they disappear again.
Then they disappear again, they go to do build work and then reappear. And the Benyo missing the Olympics really cost him, I know. So he will want to come back stronger than before.
I was chatting via WhatsApp with seasoned 10,000 meter athlete Bidan Karoki Mushiri, all the way in Japan.
Yes.
He's also the former world half marathon record holder. And he was telling me how he was for the 10,000 meters finals, as you have on your screen, the first place finisher was John Mungai in a time of 29 minutes, 51.6 seconds. Samuel Kipropo second in 30 minutes, 0.1 0.7 seconds. So Bidan was telling me how 10,000 meters, apart from the techniques that you might apply like in the sprints in terms of speed, how you breathe, how you swipe your hands and beat the wind. In 10,000 meters, you have to be wary of everyone that is from the person who's behind,
Yes.
the person who's in front, left, right. Even how they are breathing can give you a hint if this person still has the stamina and the endurance.
Yes, you have to listen to a lot of things. And remember, when you are in front, some people might trip you at the lane so that they travel as long as they can to overtake you. So make the other opponents travel longer than you.
You make them cover the long distance.
You'll make them cover the distance, and you listen to their breathing also. That is one tactic that is well known. When you hear them panting loudly, you know I'm killing this one. Yes, this one is getting tired as the minute passes by.
Well, just to acknowledge Betika as the sponsors and the Bingwa Fest. Remember, Bingwa Fest is not only in athletics, but you also have it in rugby and football. Speaking to athletics, this is the first Nairobi edition, Coach. Any recommendations to Athletics Kenya and perhaps the sponsor, so as to ensure that we have more soaring numbers, not only from the athletes. On the athlete side, I cannot complain. We have a mammoth registration from the fans, like we saw in football, for example.
Yes. Just that it is being run on a work day. It's on a weekday, but that one has not deterred fans from coming. We have a lot of fans in the field, and everyone is enjoying that just started, so the numbers will go up. And just to the federation is keep these sponsors. Please maintain these sponsors. We need this. We've never had a sponsor giving so much money like Betika. And it will be good to have this continue year after year. Like next year, it should be bigger and better. Then following year, bigger and better again. So let us please these sponsors. Let us make them happy.
Well, actually, the fun dynamics change because if you look at football, it's a team sport. If you look at rugby, it's a team sport. So I understand they find that fun dynamics change, and sometimes in athletics, it's different, and you only see the noises when it comes to either the final lap at the bell, and especially in the sprints, as we saw in Thika and Mumias.
And remember, the fans are not just here on the field. Look at the numbers that we are streaming. The numbers are as more. We have more online than here on the physical ground. This means Betika has soared like they are doing, and the numbers speak for themselves. Yes, it's nice to embrace technology, and they are doing that.
Well, on your screens you have the 10,000 meters, and you can see the marshals giving out water to the athletes, and as an athlete who's grabbed, but he didn't seem to take that water. I don't know why he threw it away. Perhaps it's because the lead was on and he realized he will lose some focus, because you have to look at the lead and
you know, it's a microsecond that you lose that second and
you're done.
You are done. You lose your concentration, and the people behind you will not slow down so that you take water. No, they'll take advantage. This is war. Take this as war. They have gone to a gunfight. You can't have a knife. So everybody is trying to protect their yard. We have Chebet.
Yeah, also Chebet from there. So indeed, this also is encouraging to see that these places have produced great talent, and this one also, perhaps being in the leading pack, he doesn't want to lower down the pass mark and to go back as someone who did not conquer the world as well.
And remember, it's a competition between the North Rift and the South Rift. Like just earlier this year, the majority leader of the Senate, Aaron Cherion, promised the people of Kericho that he will put a high performance training center in Kericho, just because of the results that we are getting. Chebet is from there, Sheila Chepkiru is from there. You know, we just want to preserve that culture, the running culture, to remain in Kericho, and get more people running faster times coming from Kericho. So he promised a high altitude training facility in Kericho, and as we speak, I was there on the ground. It's on, and the plan is good. it will have more stars for the national team, and which is a positive.
Well, that is Nixon Kogei from the North Rift, taking in the outer lane, just ensuring that he has his space in case he needs to sprint towards the home stretch. He can easily dash and coach, is it Kogei or Koski?
There is a Koske and there is a Kogei, so we are not sure about this. Is bib number 305 in the lead, that is Keringet, Dennis Kipkirui. And the second one is Kipkemoi Bernard from Keringet again.
Actually, they seem to be communicating, and they've already seen an imminent competition from
or they have
Kogei.
they have earphones. They're running with earphones. They have had us talking about South Rift and the high altitude.
Or perhaps one is a rabbit, as you had mentioned.
No, by this lap you can't have a rabbit. They would have burnt out by now. And even if I was the rabbit, by this lap I'm still strong.
You just
Hi, my friend. I'll go win the race. I'll go take the money myself.
Clear skies here in Nairobi West, a little bit cloudy. From here we can see the beautiful Nairobi skyline from Upper Hill to Nairobi West, a little bit of Ngong Road, perhaps to the fifth Ngong Road Avenue, the towering buildings of the beautiful city in the sun, Nairobi. On the right we have Wilson Airport, planes flying in and out every minute, coach, and perhaps we'll look forward to doing commentary about one of them up there.
That will be so nice. I know we'll do one during the Stanchart Marathon or one of these marathons. I look forward to that. Because that will be a road run. And remember, we have the national park, the only national park in the city. It's just on our right, less than a kilometer from us.
Actually, having a national park, or rather a game park,
in the city,
in the capital city, it is a fast one.
Yes.
And most people are pretty much amazed when they come to Nairobi and they wonder how did it happen? Kogei is slowly taking lead from North Rift.
There is a little bit of overtaking. The boy from Keringet has already taken the lead again. So as from basing on the pace, this is 58-59 second pace per lap.
Yeah, it's slightly over a minute. And perhaps they want to box your friend from North Rift just to show the dominance of Keringet.
I also need some water break, my friend. It's too hot here in Nairobi today. So I'm wondering how they are feeling on the track. Doing this for 25 laps. You see, they are communicating.
Yeah, the communication is there, and perhaps
Kipkemoi telling Bernard to come take the lead and pace.
I think he was actually looking for him behind, and I couldn't see him, so he had to turn and shout.
Is that they are the three? Remember, Betika is paying up to number 5. So I hope the 4th and 5th people understand that they are also in the money bracket.
But this looks rather fast hit compared to the first hit.
The first final, yes. This is faster.
This one is faster.
So you might get the top 3 coming from this final.
Yeah.
Unlike the first final.
Because the first final we had 29 as I think position 1 and 30 yes, as position 2. So could be this final could have most of the guys from.
And you know, in running, you're better off running the second final than being in the first one, because you have a target now. You know, those ones who won with 31, 29 minutes or 30 minutes. So you up your pace so that you know, not chasing. You have a target now.
10,000 meters for men in the world stage for a while. Kenya has been having a medal drought. And we hope and expect that...
like I told Greg, it's just down to science. We have the cardiovascular bit sorted. Now let us go down to now the science bit of it. Let us improve on... Let us learn from our opponents. They came, learned from us. They were... At some point, everybody in the world was training in 10.
They came, they saw, they conquered.
Yes, they came, so conquered, and they beat us at our own game now. So we need to also learn, like, you know, what we are doing right now with the sprinters going to Mirama for training and just learning. You know, we are just learning what they are doing. Then I hope we can take it over.
That is a positive move from the soccer stakeholders, ensuring that our sports is elevated and gets to the greater heights.
It's a battle now between Kogei, Kipkemoi, going for the first positions. Everybody wants to be in the top. So it's Keringet versus North Rift. 5 more laps to go, and the pace is getting faster. 5 laps to go is 2 kilometers. Remember Ebenyo, who was the silver medalist at the Budapest World Championship, got won the national trials. So he's aiming to make it better by doing a revenge mission. He missed out on the Olympics, and he was so hurt that he missed the 10,000 meters when he fell down at the trials in US. Remember our trials, we had to take it to the USA. We didn't do our 10,000 meter trials in Kenya for the Olympics.
I remember.
Yes, so Ebenyo, the silver medalist at the World Championship, really wants to elevate his silver to a gold. Remember, Cheptegei has not said he won't run the World Championship, so we are on a wait and see. Of course, Cheptegei winning the gold, and won bronze in the 10,000 meters World Championship that was held in Budapest.
Lots of entertainment here at the Nairobi West grounds, courtesy of Betika. Some of the athletes are just having a jig to some of the popular songs, local songs here in the country. And indeed, it's good to fuse both entertainment and sports, as Bingwa Fest is doing. And all thanks to Betika as our sponsors.
We hope we'll have a bigger Betika festival than this next year. We are praying for that, because this was the first of its kind, and next year I think it will be better. I'm hoping so.
You can see sprinters, the 100 meters hits. The athletes are getting ready, going to the starting line. Soon after the 10,000 meters, we'll have the 100 meters for both men and women. We'll have the hits. Then after a couple of the events, we'll have the semis, and then towards the tail end of the event, in the evening, we'll have the finals.
Remember, in the sprints, the winner gets 150,000. And like the 10,000 meters where the winner gets 300,000. But still, it's better money than what has ever been offered. So everybody wants a taste of that money. 10,000 in 100 meters, 400, 8 and 15, the winner gets 150,000, second position 100, third position 60,000, fourth 30 and fifth 20,000. In the 10,000, The winner gets 300,000. The second position gets 250,000. Third is 200,000. Fourth is 100,000, and the fifth is 75,000.
Well, the record for the 10,000 meters is held by Joshua Cheptegei.
Joshua Cheptegei, yes.
A time is set in Valencia in Spain in 2020. So this year it will be clocking 5 years if it ends without somebody breaking it again. And for the women, we have it here with Beatrice Chebet at the Eugene, Oregon event that was held in May 25th, 2024.
And those times are so quick. I don't think you can run them in a championship. Those ones you can only attempt once, because you do that in a championship, you'll kill everybody in the race, because those times are so fast. Now the guy from North Rift, Kogei, has taken the lead from the Keringet guys.
Kogei is going forward. The bell has gone.
Oh, good. This is good.
It's a sprint. The sprinting is getting intense, but Kogei is opening the gap.
This one is definitely going to the North Rift. Keringet will take second and third.
Kogei has opened and wins the race, while Dennis Kipkurui comes in second from Keringet.
And Kipkemoi Bernard gets the third.
It is a 2-3 for Keringet Racing Club. Keringet is between Nakuru and Kericho County. So part of it is in Nakuru, the part of it is in Kericho. Is it, Coach?
It's considered Kericho.
But
Keringet.
a big ball, okay.
Yes. But you are right, it's between Nakuru and Kericho.
I remember also over the distance we had when we held the World Juniors for the under 20 in 2005. We had Samuel Wanjiro winning in the 10,000 meters. Actually, he set a record of 26 minutes 41.75. Then for the ladies was Lynette Masai in 2008 for the juniors.
Yes.
Then at the World Championship, we had for the men's side, we had Kenenisa Bekele in 2009. At the World Championships in a time of 26 minutes, 46.31 seconds. And for the women, record that was set in 2003 by Berhane Adere in a time of 30 minutes, 0.418 seconds. While we await for the interviews by the athletes, the 10,000 meters finalists, or rather the winners of this second final.
And also we need to know, was this heat faster than the first one? The first heat, we need to know the winners based on time. Remember, it's based on time. Maybe all the three winners for this edition will come from the second final.
As the day progresses, numbers are increasing here. More fans coming in, more athletes coming into the grounds, very notable names in the athletic scenes.
We also have the starting blocks here with us. We have seen even hurdlers. Chebet Veronica is a 100-meter hurdler moving down to the 100 meters.
I can see
a long jumper, the national champion, also here. Muley, Gloria Muley, also running 100 meters. All this is because of one, it is a training, and two, of course, Betika is offering good money.
Well, while we await, want to hand over to Charity on the other side with the winners of the 10,000 meters final for the men.
Thank you so much, Victor. I'm joined by the second 10,000 meter final finisher. Kwa majina unaitwa nani?
Kimoi.
Bernard, matayarisho kwa vipi na leo unafeel aje, kwa sababu hii mlikuwa opportunity ya kuangalia wenzenu wakikimbia race ya pili, ndio sababu mumeenda kasi kidogo?
Wenye tuliweka nini kurupi tukakaa hapo kuangalia.
So we are ready for heat number 9. But someone posting, let's say in the 100 meters, 12.9 in 100 meters on Maram. That's quite impressive. Jonathan Wambua of KDF just carving through as they head to the 200 meter mark. Jonathan Wambua, Elias Serbia also coming in very well. It is Serbia of Nairobi. Making a comeback, of course. It's good to see him back.
Remember, he's among the few athletes who ran at the world event alone.
and qualified. And here comes Serbia winning that one, and of course making a comeback, Kishayon who comes in second. The silver medalist from the Africa Championships. That was 2 years ago. It's the 9th heat of the 400 meters. And we're down to the heat. Should be the last heat, heat number 10. Moses Torosi, Mentei Litan, Lawrence Kanyi, Nicholas Mwiti, and Franklin Kipkurui of Utawala. So 5 men to run in the 400 meters heat number 10. And see the first Vice President of Athletics Kenya, Mr. Paul Mutui, also in the house, and that shows you there's big weight in this one. Moses Torosi in lane number 1, Meritei Litan, Lawrence Kanyi, Nicholas Mwiti, and Franklin Kipkurui of Utawala in heat number 10 of the 400 meters. And off they go nicely. Franklin Kipkurui, leading that one in the early stages as they head to the 200 meter mark. Nicholas Mwiti of Central. And then watch out for Lawrence Kanyi also in lane number 3. It is Lawrence Kanyi currently enjoying that lead ahead of Litan Meritei. It is Nicholas Mwiti into the last 100 meters. He looks fatigued, and now watch out for Meritei Litan in lane number 2. He's coming in nicely, but then it will be a strong finish here from Nicholas Mwiti, who claims victory in heat number 10.
ya taifa ni wale bora wanakuwa mabingwa. Bila shaka, na kama ambavyo nilivyoeleza ni kwamba baada ya mita 1500 tutakuwa na nusu fainali. Kweli wale ni ya mita 100. Nusu fainali ya mita 100. Kwa hivyo washiriki waelekee Koru saa hii.
So a couple of events lined up for today. From the announcer's desk, I'm told it should be the semi-final of the 100 meters and the 1,500 meters coming up in a bit. So after the 1,500 meters, we'll have the 100 meters semi-finals for both men and women. But if you're joining us, we are live from the Nairobi West Prison, and the action is live from this beautiful track. It's Bingwa Fest Nairobi edition, the 6th edition of the Bingwa Fest, and this will signal the end of the whole season as we await for the start in the 1,500 meters. We'll be getting the start list in a bit. But 1,500 meters, beautiful stories coming out of Kenya, and of course, the dominance over the last decade.
Yeah, it mentioned the likes of Seba. These are athletes who went out to the world stages and ensured that Kenya's name, Kenya's flag flew high. Not only the Diamond League, but also at the World Championships, at the Olympic Games.
Women 100 meters semi 1, Mercy Obiero, Stella Juku, Valerie Giro, Lucia Williams, Maureen Wakula, Grace Kidake, Edna Ugendi, na Vivian Kirungo. Semi ya pili, Mary Chege, Elisa Eja, Ina Nyamura, Wineka Nabai, Gedi Rigo, Neka Mukwana, Victoria Tofoti, Gloria Mlei.
Talking about the 1,500 meters, of course, the current world champion, reigning Olympic champion, Faith. She's one of the... And that's Beatrice Chebet, the 3,000 meters world steeplechase world record holder, former world champion. She's also in this one trying out to see if she can actually, of course, get the pacing for the upcoming events.
Sometimes coaches and the technical team has to make some decisions at a certain moment. You always have to have a plan B. And considering the number was not as big compared to other races, I think that's why they decided to have it as a straight final. And this might end up being a draining one. Caroline Nyaga of National Police Service is on the lead.
She likes running from the front, and her tactics, of course, have helped her clinch a couple of races. Purity Chepkirui now in second place.
But I think every athlete has their own tactic. Either you're a front runner,
Come from the back. It's all about chasing the time. So Caroline Nyaga in a very strong position as they head into the last 1.5 laps of this 1,500 meters. Caroline Nyaga, of course, representing National Police Service. Seems to have just kicked off the season nicely, because you don't see any signs of fatigue or anything, but then it's still too close to call. Purity Chepkirui of Tiloa in, and Faith Chebet. Two Tiloa athletes in second and third place. But then it's Caroline Nyaga dictating the pace as they head towards the last 600 meters of this race. And I'm sure tides will change as they hit the bell. And of course Caroline Nyaga, who is now in the front. As they hit the bell, it's Caroline Nyaga now shuffling the gears right now. It's been crazy. Purity trying so hard to stay afloat, but then it's Caroline Nyaga containing her race. She knows exactly how to tackle this. She checks over her shoulder to see where Purity is, but then it is Caroline Nyaga who apparently has just dropped, and Purity takes the lead for the first time.
Well, Purity looks so strong, and I'm expecting to have one stretch towards the end with the 200 meters or perhaps 150 meters to go.
Purity, of course, from the Tiloa camp, coming in so nicely into the 100. Caroline Nyaga just fizzles out, and it is all about Purity.
Catch up now the home stretch, but Purity has opened a very big gap. I don't think she can manage to. And Purity is I really want to hear her sentiments when colleague Charity is interviewing. I really want to know.
Yeah.
Perhaps, and also these are the moments that we normally miss.
Exactly.
I wish we had a microphone
there just to hear what they're saying. Are you suggesting that maybe in the future we should have them mic'd as they run? They train together sometime. Mm-hmm.
So, and the final is, a comment like, it's very tough for me, one conceding defeat, one either congratulating the other, one just admitting that indeed the race was tough. That is a very natural comment, that is a very natural sound that I think the fans would want to hear. And we've seen that in football as well, in basketball, where we have microphones just adjacent to the competition area.
So you feel the action straight from your couch.
And if you're very keen, you can even read the lips and know Mr. Peter saying ABCD.
As the men also prepare for the 1,500 meters that is coming up just about now. We'll also be waiting to see who's going to reign supreme in this one. We are live from the Nairobi West Prison here in Nairobi, bringing you the last bit of action in the Bingwa Fest. It's been a great season of Bingwa Fest, where we've witnessed athletes try out that, and of course showcase their talent. Footballers, of course, winning those tackles in the rugby series, and of course basketball, the dunks, the three-pointers and the shooting. But that's the 1,500 meters men edition that is coming up in a while.
As they are being told what to do and what to expect, we can see the technical team plating the athletes, perhaps
12 per, I think it will be 12 athletes per hit.
So in a short while we'll be handing over to Charity with the winner of the 1,500 meters women's race. Charity, take it away.
Thank you so much, Victor and Mulemi. I'm joined here by Purity Chepkirui. Purity, ulikuwa umekimbia ukiwa nyuma ya Caroline Nyaga kwa muda. Nini imekusukumia ukamua kutoka?
Nimekuwa nyuma kwa muda sana. Mimi nilikuwa nimepanga kuwa nitakuwa winner, but nilisema wacha niokoe time kwa juu hii ilikuwa time trial yangu. Nilikuwa najipima mahali niko saizi.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm also joined by Caroline Nyaga. Caroline, she has finished second in the 1500 meters race. Caroline, you also have another race here, 800. Mpango yako, strategy yako ni gani?
Kwa leo nilikuwa nimekuja kufanya ile test ya speed, so ndio niliambiwa na kocha wangu nikuje nijaribu kukimbia 1500 na 800 to test speed yangu penye iko kwa kiwanja, sababu hii ndio mbio yangu ya kwanza kwa kiwanja. Yeah.
So going forward,
maybe after nimekimbia 800, coach ataniambia next plan, sababu sina any plan. Yeah.
All the best.
Thank you.
That is our number 1, 2 in the 1500 meters. I hand you over to Mulemi and Victor as we continue with the men's 1500 meters race.
Yes, most of these athletes are using this as a speed work session and just to know where they are. As you can see at the front, we have Obadia Kipleting, who won the 800 meters in Thika at the Thika AK meeting. So most of them are using this as a training. Of course, behind their back also, they are coming for the 150,000 that is being offered. So this is just a training as they prepare for the next meeting that will be happening in Kapsabet, and ultimately for the World Championship.
Well, as we look forward to the Kapsabet region, the third AK Betika track and field, we can meet also to see some video pieces that have taken part in the
And remember when I told you about the rabbit? I think we have a rabbit in this race, because this pace is too high. Yes, their aim, like I told you, is follow me and you won't survive. You can see, as you can see, yes, everybody there being the pacemaker for this race. And just before I came to the box, Coach Bernard Ouma from Rongai Athletics Club had a call, gave me a call, and he told me to greet all of you at the studio and that you are doing a good job. I hope he's still watching. Coach, salamu yako imefika. Don't castigate me at the end of this that I didn't send your greetings. As you can see on the bell, we have 4 athletes, 1 split from the pack. The 5th person is right behind. This is very fast. This is a very fast pace. As you can see, Jeremy, who is number 4, once held the fastest time on Kenyan soil, over 800 meter. Jeremy. Then Tuwei is number 5 as at now. We are short of the start list, but I think they're coming in soon to know who will be the winner. Bib number 007. Franklin Kimutai from Iten. 003. Franklin Kimutai winning the first final. Like the previous races, we can't have a final again in the 1500 meters based on the World Athletics rules. This means they'll pick the winner from the fastest times.
Coach, I'm looking at the start list and we have Nuradin Abel Abdikadir of Qatar.
Oh, that's so good. This is an international race. We've had South Sudan, we've had Tanzania, now we have Qatar. An international event on a marathon track.
Oh, thank you so much, Victor. I'm joined here by the championship director for Bingo Fest, Cynthia Mumbo. Cynthia, what's the passion behind Bingo Fest?
Sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking my interview. The passion is the guys on the pitch, definitely the athletes. Seeing them being given an opportunity, and a chance to participate and run at home in Kenya, I think is really valuable. And being able to practice and get rewarded back at home, I think is a really, really great passion for us.
You've seen the huge turnout. When you see that we have, like earlier on, we had the 2 heats in the 10,000 heats for men, and even 1,500 we had about three heats. What does that make you feel?
Really excited. Kenya is known for track, and so being able to give athletes who otherwise would not get an opportunity like this a chance to express their talent and get rewarded for their talent is really exciting. This is the 7th region that we're in. So we've had Kisumu, we've had Mumias, which is Western, we've had Eastern. You can imagine all these number of athletes, 7 different regions, Coast, Central, and now Nairobi. It has been quite amazing because it's not every day you get, especially track athletes, getting an opportunity like this. Yes.
Moving forward, now that we've done the series, what next after here in Nairobi?
So after this series, now we will have the national finals, which is going to be announced soon, and we'll have all the winners. In athletics, we'll have from number 1 to number 5 for the longer races, and I believe number 1 to number 3 for the shorter races from all over the country, from the 7 regions, who will now congregate into the national finals. And it's not just athletics, it is athletics, basketball, rugby and football. So it's going to be quite a festival of sports at the national finals.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure for that informative interview. And that is Cynthia. She is the festival director. If you need to have your talent discovered, please make sure that next time we start the series, you join us.
Thank you, and I hope that you can all join us at the national finals in Kisumu.
Nice. You have it now here. Over to you, Mulemi and Victor, as we continue with the 1,500 meters and go to the semi-finals for the 100 meters.
Nice.
Victor, I'm joined here by the winner in the third heat of the 1500 meters. He's the younger brother to the former 1500 world champion Elijah Manangoi. Are you still following in the footsteps of your other successful brothers? We have George, Elijah na wewe. Safari yako tunaanzia wapi?
Kwa majina naitwa Edwin Manangoi, mkimbiaji wa 1500 meters. Mimi ni mkimbiaji wa mbio 1500. Nimekuwa motivated na mandugu zangu wote wawili ambao nashukuru sana, na nashukuru pia kwa kuparticipate pia leo. Yeah.
Sahi ulikuwa Thika ukaperform vizuri na pia hapo umeperform vizuri. Una feel mazoezi imefikia wapi, percentage tuko wapi?
Mazoezi ndio tulikuwa tunakuja kupima kwa speed work hapa. Kocha alinielezea tu tukuje tufanye kama speed work hapa, lakini nashukuru Mungu pale Thika nilikimbia, na lengo langu hapa kuu ilikuwa kuangalia kama nita improve ile time yangu. Yes.
Na umeweza kuimprove?
Hata sijaona lakini najua nimeimprove.
Tunasubiri sasa kuanza. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you so much.
That is Manangoi. He won the third heat of the 1500 meters. I hand you over to Victor as we continue with the semi-finals for the 100 meters.
5000 meters tuelekee Koru.
Lane 1 we have Mercy Obiero, lane 2 Stella Nduku, lane 3 Valerie Njiru, lane 4 Lucia William the Olympian, lane 5 Maureen Wafula, lane 6 seasoned athlete Grace Kidake, lane 7 Edna Ogendi, and lane 8 we have Filian Kerubo. That's the 100 meters semi-final one. All of them eyeing for a place in the final. So they ran in the morning. This is the semi-final now. That is Mercy Obiero in lane 1, bib number 477. Stella Nzuku, lane 2.
Stella at 12.9 seconds. Valerie 12.6 seconds.
Martha Nyabuto, lane number 8. Let's wait for the gun. All the best to the all athletes running on this in this semi-final. Unless there's a change of rules, lane 7 starting on a 3-point start.
And there they go. Lucia from South Sudan did not want to take any chance from the gun.
Led all the way from the start. So you can see lane 7 and Nogendi starting on a 3-point start, while the rest were on a 4-point start. Of course, Lucia William, the Olympian, winning that semi-final easily. Now we go to the second semi-final of the women 100 meters. Of course, in lane 1 we have Paris Chege, lane 2 Delisha Etiang, lane 3 Susan Nyambura, lane 4 Queen Nectar Navai, lane 5 Jenny Mirigo, lane 6 Becca Muhwana, lane 7 Victoria Topoti, and lane 8 Vivian Mishira. 2 semi-finals. They take number 1, 2, 3, and then the fastest 2 losers into the final. So 1, 2, 3 is automatic in each semi, then the fastest 2 losers walk into the final. Grace Kidake just passing by the studio.
Admitting the tense and immense competition on the track.
The weather, of course, is perfect for the sprints. But the sun is too hot today. And there they go on their blocks. Semi-final 2. Final semi-final. Only have 2 semi-finals in the 100 meters women.
Getting ready. And off they
Clean
go.
start. Of course, let's wait for see the winner. We have a referee here. Lane 3, Susan Nyambura, also a referee. That was a close finish. Wait for the results for the winner. Victor, I think it's so tough to be a track referee because you have to be very keen to know who is 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 in a photo finish race.
Yeah, it's really a tough one. It's really a tough one.
And you know, when you say somebody is 4 and they were 3rd, they will come with a video evidence to tell you, no, you missed this one. So you have to be very careful when picking the positions.
Yeah, very true.
Now going to the men 100 meters semi-finals.
Then afterwards you'll have the 400 meters and the 800 meters.
$100 meters semi-final 1. I can see Martin Juma on the blocks. I can also see Stephen Onyango from KDF. Isaac Omuro will also feature in the semi-finals. Dennis Moai, of course, will have Richard Ogutu. Let's wait and see how they line up. I can see Stephen Onyango also on the blocks. I can also see Kadima from ESSP, coached by the strength and condition coach for the national team, rugby team, Coach Jeff Onyango. There's also coaching Kadima, and I can also see me at the starting line. So good job, coach, donning the national team and also coaching the young ones.
The race has started.
I can see Dennis Moai being in the lead there. and Stephen Oluoch. It is between Stephen Oluoch and Dennis Mwai. Remember Dennis Mwai winning the Thika second AK meet in Thika. It's called Dennis Mwai, not David Mwangi. I don't know how they missed that name.
Stephen Onyango qualified with the fastest time of 10.4 seconds for this semi-final. Dennis Mwai had 10.6 seconds.
You can see him, unlike Onyango, who looked rather relaxed. Mwai was so tight.
On to semi-final number 2, we have John Orinda, Clinton Aluvi, Seth Mwangale, Isaac Omurwa, who's the brother to Ferdinand Omanyala, Michael Musioka, Shadrack Wasilwa, Eric Kimathi, and Benjamin Mulanda.
For me here, I'll be looking forward to seeing Isaac Omurwa.
He did actually qualify with the fastest time of 10.4 seconds, followed by Shadrack Wasilwa 10.6. 10.8 we had Seth Mwangale, 10.9 we had Michael Musioka. So Isaac has the fastest time in this heat.
Remember they were in the same under 20 with the guy running on his right side. They took part in the under 20 at some point together. This will be a good race. I hope so. I'm also hoping we won't have a false start. The flag is up. Clean start. Omurwa winning that quite easily from gun to tape.
He did not break a sweat.
I see a good season for him this year. He's running quite well from the injury scare at Mumias. He's running quite well, quite comfortable. You can see the replay. Even his mechanics are top notch. Quite a big guy like the brother. Going to the other semi-final for the men 100 meters.
For this third semi-final, we have Redson Samuel, Robin Wanjala, Brown Mudhara, Sylvester Simiyu, Dennis Onyango, George Njenga, and Juma Kalistas, as well as Richard Ogutu in lane number 8. There they get to the blocks, awaiting the gun for them to start the race.
Clean start. Dennis Nyongesa, clean start.
Charging ahead.
Dennis Nyongesa winning that one quite easily.
Coach, is it that me? Why do I always see like Nyonges is just jogging? That is his running style.
Yes, that is his running style. He's not jogging, but his mechanics are quite good. That's why you will see him not struggling and the others are struggling. Remember I told you last week, Dennis Nyongesa, the winner of that race, was also a teammate to Ferdinand Amanyala at some point. And not just a teammate, he was also a roommate at the University of Nairobi.
A member of the fatigue team with his tools, a hammer.
Yes.
And perhaps a chisel and a screwdriver.
For the starting blocks.
Richard Ogutu from Kenya Police Service.
And also Utawala Springs Club.
He qualified in the semi-finals with 10.9 seconds.
We only had those races for the 100 meter. Now I move to a little bit longer distance, maybe 5,000 meters, if I'm not wrong.
You can see on the find of the screen, athletes are warming up.
Also to mention, we have the Anti-Doping Association of Kenya live in this event. So whenever you win, they'll take you, go and run tests for you. So we have ADAC present for this championship.
ADAC has been contributing towards clean sporting behaviors, training and educating athletes just to ensure that they run clean and they don't use shortcuts in getting what they might get in terms of wins, in terms of records. And I've also been a very good partner with Athletics Kenya.
Yes, it's sad that their CEO had an issue, Sarah, and now she was told to step aside. But ADAC is doing quite a good job with the government funding. I saw the PS for sports, PS Honorable Tum mentioning that an allocation of 50 million Kenya shillings was disbursed to ADAC for testing this year. A very important period because we have the World Championship in athletics this year. So athletes need to be tested more just to have clean athletes at the World Championship. Karibu sana, Greg.
Thank you very much.
We were just discussing here, saying that you also need to take part in this 5,000 or 10,000 meters.
Who, me?
Yes.
Will I really be able to do 2 laps?
You need to test the waters.
I need to test the water.
Yes.
Maybe I should try.
And then I was told your hands are full because you are the coach of the SJAC team.
Of course. Just trying there. But then I'll try. Maybe when SJAC begins doing athletics,
you'll be taking part.
I'll be taking part.
I can't wait for that.
But the 5,000 meters promises fireworks also?
Yes.
See, it's the final.
It's off. 12 laps on the track, 12 and a half laps.
Of course, no Beatrice in this one. She is the reigning Olympic champion.
Yes, and the fastest woman over the distance.
Over the distance. I've just been speaking to some of the sprinters. They're saying that this heat is really taking toll on them. I don't know from your perspective, what are these conditions the best for a sprinter, or they prefer a cooler weather?
Well, if you were to compare the weather between cold and hot, you are better off running in a hot climate rather than a cold climate.
Is it why we really struggle in Europe?
Yes, of course. And also, it is very hard training on these altitudes for sprinting. You're better off going to the sea level for training, for the 100 and the short distance, and like the middle and long where you need a high altitude, which is just one of the factors, not that only, but one of the many factors that help when running. Of course, we've had Timothy Cheruiyot training in Rongai, and he's been in the Kenya team since 2015.
2015.
Yes, he's been in the Kenya team even years before, and he trains just here in Rongai. So altitude is just one of the many factors that is needed to run properly.
Mercy Mwanu currently leading the way. Of course, 17 participants in this 5,000 meters. Joyce Jepkirui, Rachel Wayua, Faith Cherotich of Ngong, Frida Bosibori, Purity Kagendo, Pauline Mukavi, Beth Kerubo, Mary Munanu, Tekla Cheserek, Fen Jairus, Mercy Chepkemoi of Tiloa, Elizabeth Wambui, Josephine Musau, Jacinta Wambua, Lois Wambui, Viola Chepngeno, and Alice Mogire. Embu dictating the pace there. It is the 5,000 meters women final.
Remember, the Olympic champion in this race is Beatrice Chebet, winning the race ahead of our very own Faith.
It was
I remember Faith being disqualified and then later on being reinstated. Yes.
It was quite some. It caused some storm, by the way.
Yes, I remember.
A lot of discussions online with. Of course, she was heading to victory. Was it in the semi-finals?
Yes. Yeah. So we conquered the world on this distance. In this distance.
The 5,000 meters.
The 5,000 meters women.
I saw Sifan Hassan attend the Sirikwa Classic. No, she didn't take part, but she was in the crowd.
She was just there to witness. That was so good of her. Chebet, of course, the smiling assassin. She'll beat you when smiling. Of course, beating Faith the last 80 meters. Faith was being disqualified for obstruction. But later on, with the help of the technical team from Team Kenya, they went and dislodged a complaint, and she was reinstated.
We got our medal back.
We got our medal back. It would have been so hurting for Faith.
She had put in a lot of effort.
Yes, just doubling in the Olympics. And doubling in the Olympics is not anybody's cup of cake.
You can't. You see, like very few athletes are capable of doing that.
Yes.
In Sifan Hassan, she did the 1,500 meters, she did the 5K, she did the 10K, and eventually won the marathon.
Sifan was the talk of the Olympics, my friend. From marathon to 1,500 meters. Who does that? And she won a gold in the marathon.
The marathon.
And that was the last race of the championship.
In almost record-breaking time.
Yes, and the course was too hilly.
It was a pulsating affair. As Mercy.
For me, that was the athlete of the year, and indeed she came back to win, to take the crown.
Right now she's moved completely from the track to the road races.
Oh, she's not taking part in the World Championship?
She said she's not sure if she'll be taking part in the road in the Tokyo Games. Maybe the marathon.
You know, sometimes you can say you've retired from track, then you get a call from your president asking you to do just one more time.
Navigating through the 5,000 meters here at Nairobi West Prison.
Remember, athlete number 494, Kananu, took part in the 10,000 meters women.
She was in the 10,000 meters.
Coming in fourth.
Wow, she's going to do 15 kilometers. I don't know, actually, 15,000 meters.
And
she did 10 in the morning. She's doing 5 now.
Yes.
And she looks really strong.
She's pulling a Sifan Hassan.
She's pulling a Sifan Hassan.
Sifan Hassan, of course, coming in third in the Olympics behind Beatrice and Faith.
Faith in the 5,000 meters.
And she ran a season best in the 5,000. Also took part in the 1,500 meters and the marathon.
The lady from Embu still in the lead. Mary Munano.
Remember, Embu is also a high altitude area. At some point we always take our cross country team to train there.
Still a packed field at the moment. We are not even halfway, but then you notice the gaps are slowly appearing.
Yes.
And also the heat taking toll on these athletes. You'll find that many will start falling way back. But then it's still about 6 or 7 in the leading pack. Mary Kananu still leading. The athlete from Embu, Mercy in second place in this final of the 5,000 meters.
Remember, Kanano already has 100,000 in her pockets.
The money she took
from the 10,000 meters.
I think that might even pump her up.
Yes.
If she can say, let me risk also and see if I can finish on the podium in this one. It is the 5,000 meters still ongoing here at the prison, Nairobi West Prison. This will also have the men battling it out in the 5,000 meters. The 800 meters still coming up, the 100 meters men and women final. It's also part of what to expect on this day. Just going through the program. You'll also have the 4x400 meter relays. Mary can check her shoulder to see race. It's down to 4. We also have the 4x100 meters men and women relay finals. So the relay is coming up, 5,000 meters, the 100 meters men and women final, and of course the 800 meters. So Mercy Chepkirui, Chepkemoi still in second place. Mercy, Mary Mwananu still leading. As it's getting hotter here at the Nairobi West Prison, is the 5,000 meters women final. Mary Munano still in the lead. Mercy Chepkemoi in second place. Viola Chepngeno of Keringet now in third. So it's down to 3. So Mary Munanu, Mercy Chepkemoi, and of course Viola Chepngeno, the leading pack right now in the 5,000 meters. Remember, this is the final. The men will also come up, and we'll have the 100 meters. 100 meters, of course the 800 meters will also be coming up later on, but it's about Munanu, Mercy Chepkemoi and Viola Chepngeno in these 5,000 meters. So who will blink first? The first three led by Mercy.
The first three were
Munanu,
in the 10,000 meters.
Viola, Chepkemoi, and of course Munanu.
I remember the athlete from was it Lemotit?
Lemotit.
Yes, winning the 10,000 meters with a sprint finish. And she's she's advantaged because she can sprint, unlike the rest who cannot match her speed. So let's just wait for the final lap and see who produces the sprint finish. Of course, Munanu still hanging on to the top 3 positions.
Munanu, who was in the 10,000 meters in the morning. Mercy Chepkemoi now trying to navigate from the outside, but Munanu, with her long strides, decides to stay ahead. Of course, it's Mary, Mercy, and of course Viola, who is currently in second place.
The 3 have pulled away from the rest of the field.
Looks like
just gunning, podium. Yes, gunning for the top 3.
Yeah. So
remember, it's 300,000 for the winner, 250,000 for second, and then 200,000 for the third position.
So, as it stands, someone like Mary Munanu,
yes,
is going home a double winner.
Yes, and remember, the one who won the 10,000 meters is right behind Munanu. So yes, if she wins this, she'll walk home with over
500,000.
Yes, she'll walk home with 600,000
yeah,
Kenya shillings in one day.
All in one day.
Yes, courtesy of Betika.
Courtesy of Betika. This is the Bingwa Fest edition, Nairobi edition, of course, and it is the 5,000 meters final that is currently on your screens. The podium finishers in the 10,000 meters, still dictating pace here in the 5,000. Mary Munanu of Embu, of course, Mercy Chepkemoi of Tiloa, and Viola Chepngeno of Keringet. The tall figure of Mercy Munanu now falling into third. Now it's a battle between Mercy Chepkemoi and Viola from Keringet. Viola Chepngeno, of course. Mercy seems to have fallen way back, and it's now a battle between Viola and Mercy in the last stages of this 5,000 meters. So just joining us, we are live from Nairobi West Prison, the host of this event, the Bingwa Fest Athletics. And of course, everything has been set as they hit the bell. It's Viola Chepngeno hitting the front for the first time, with Mercy Chepkemoi in second. Mary Munanu seems to have surrendered to third place, but now,
like I told you, she has a sprint finish. She has a sprint in her legs. So on the last lap, she was expected to do that sprint and come out on top. Viola.
So it is a battle between Viola and Mercy Chepkemoi in the last lap of this one. Viola seems to be trying so hard, but then Mercy responds. So it's a battle between the two, one from Tiloa, one from Keringet, and now Viola decides to shift gears, and now she hits the front, takes an advantage of around 5 meters ahead of Mercy Chepkemoi. Heading into the last 100 meters, it will be Viola. Into the 100 meters, it is Viola Chepkemoi of Keringet who's going to walk away with this. She's going to win the 5,000 meters. Mercy Chepkemoi in second. And of course, we'll be looking where Mary Munanu is. But then it is Viola sprinting home to win the 5,000 meters women final here at the Nairobi West Prison. Was Mary Munanu coming in third, as you just predicted.
Yes.
Very good sprint to win this one.
That's the advantage of having a sprint, having speed in your legs. So you just know that you will beat the rest on the sprint finish.
Of course, it's all about making champions. Betika na community is given a chance. Be waiting to hear from Charity. I can see she's looking at Mary Munanu. Be waiting to hear what she has to say as other athletes, of course, navigate to see if they are able to finish times in these 5,000 meters. And of course, she won the 10,000 in the morning.
Won the 5,000 right now.
Won the 5,000 right now. Goes home 600,000 shillings richer.
Let us wait. Maybe she's also running the 800 meters.
She's got to have the legs to do that.
One race motivates you for the next one.
Next one.
Yes.
Of course, the next one here will be the 100 meters, and of course coming up also will be the 800 meters and the 5,000 meters men final. Also coming up is the 4x100 meters and of course the 4x400 meters on this very beautiful day. It's sunny in Nairobi, really hot, and of course everybody is enjoying here every bit of action courtesy of the leading betting company Betika, and through Betika and community we are witnessing great action. With the 5,000 meters just ended, won by Viola Chepngeno of Keringet. So you're gearing up for the interviews that will be coming up in a bit. Some athletes are still navigating their ways to see if they can actually finish the 5,000 meters women final. So as we are waiting for Charity to speak to the podium finishers, the heat is really taking toll on some of these athletes, and you can clearly see.
Yes, it's too hot. I think the temperatures are soaring by the minute. We are on 32 degrees centigrade, which is too hot for some of the athletes. Remember, most of their training happens in the morning, and by 11 o'clock the training is done. But now it's about 2:20 p.m. and they're not used to this heat. So it's taking a toll on the athletes.
And of course, I'll be handing you over to Charity to speak to Viola, Mercy, and of course, Mary.
Thank you so much, Milemi. As we start with the winner for the 5,000 meters, race imekuwa vipi na jina?
Kwa majina naitwa Viola Chepngeno, race haikuwa rahisi.
Nimeona uliamua aje juu the last lap umetoka kama umetoka.
Mwili respond, nikasema acha ni move.
Na judging na performance yako ya leo, unaona aje moving forward? Preparations zako kwa track and field?
Nimeona iko sawa.
Thank you. I'm also joined here by number 2, Mercy. Mercy, Senior mnapelekana je races kwa senior? Sasa umepata confidence inahitajika?
Kwa majina naitwa Masi. Natoka Tuloa Training Camp. Niko form 4. Na mfunzi wangu ni Michael Shele. Leo nimefurahi, nimejoin senior vizuri. This season cross country nimejaribu na ma seniors na nilikimbia lopo nikakuwa position 11. Sasa nilifurahi, nilikuwa target yangu ilikuwa kuingia top 50. So nikafurahi siku hiyo niliingia top 50. Sasa leo nimefurahi nimeingia top 2. Nilikuwa number 2. So naona mbio yangu inaendelea kuimprove kwa seniors na nimefurahi.
So hii season tukuone wapi pengine? Kwa vile tunaendelea na track and field?
Kwa hii season cha muhimu nataka ningangane ili ni try hiyo ya trials ya kwenda Tokyo World Championship. So sasa na trainia hiyo na naomba Mungu kabisa anitie nguvu kwa hiyo race.
Ushamaliza shule?
Niko form 4.
Unasomea wapi?
Nasoma kwa Tuloa Mix Secondary School.
Uko na Masi Chepkemoi pia nani? Purity Chepkirui. All the best na watakia mema mkiendelea kufanya mtihani.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm also joined here by the third finisher. Kwa majina?
My name is Mary Monano. Nimetoka Embu. Yeah.
Mary, how are you? Congratulations. Race ilikuwa ngumu kidogo na kulikuwa na joto, lakini umewezaje kumanage?
Actually, I'm really surprised because nimekimbia 10,000 and I was 4th. Then because I had registered 3 races, 15, 5 and 10. So nikaingia 15 nikasikia mwili kama imekataa. But 5,000 nikasema let me try out like niende tu mbele because me I think I'm front runner. So venye nimeenda mbele nikapiga and then nikasikia mwili imekumbali. So far mimi nimejaribu Betika hii ni mara ya 3 na I really wanted to be in finals, in podium. Hiyo ndio furaha yangu, nimefurahi sana kuingia top 3. Yeah.
So ulikuwa na cast net yako waida in the 3 races ama ulikuwa pia unaangalia training yako?
Nimekuwa nikiangalia training yangu because I'm looking forward na fun nakimbia 10 km in the next 1 week. So nilikuwa nakuja Betika to see how mwili inaweza respond and I was looking for 10,000 actually. Venye sasa ilikataana I say let me try 5,000.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Those are our 5,000 meter. Those are our 5,000 meter finalists. We had Marcy. We also had Monanu coming in. She's saying that she has tried about 3 races, but she is happy that she's finally been able to make it for the podium in her 3rd attempt. She had earlier on registered in the 10,000. 1,500 and also in the 5,000. Over to you, Mlemi and Victor, as we continue with the next races.
Thank you so much, Charity. As we wait for the start of the 400 meters, it is a straight final, so 3 finals in that. So it's all about the rankings. So 3 finals in the 400 meters.
Well, in final number 1, you have Nigno Scholar, Elijah Gitonga, Edward Gunjiri, Kennedy Kimeu, Andrew Oronyi, Wilson Letunei, Kevin Kiprotich, and Edward Opicho.
And in final number 2, you'll have Daniel Kitur, Mark Saya, Jonathan Wambua, who qualified in a time of 49.2 seconds, Kevin Jaktan, Isaiah Sialel, Alan Kipiego, Jared Momanyi, and Elisha Kiplangat.
Semi-final 3, we have Newton Kipngetich, Kelvin Tauta, Kipkori Rotich, Aaron Chemingirwa, Dennis Masika, Peace Wayaki, Meshak Ewoy, and Davis Andano, who qualified in a time of 49.1.
So I'm looking at semi-final, final number 1, Kevin Kiprotich. I'm told that too. There's Kelvin Kiprotich, who's not here today. There's Kelvin Kiprotich, qualified the fastest time, 47.4 seconds. That was he was the fastest on the day. And then in heat number, in semi-final number 2,
There's a 47.8.
there's 47 Alan Kipiego. And of course, in the third final, we have 48.1, which is Dennis Masika.
The crowd is getting excited with the announcement of the finalists of the women's 100 meters. The beautiful Nairobi skyline all the way to Upper Hill. From the screens.
So the results of the 5,000 meters based on the rankings.
The best times.
The best times, of course.
That is the 1500 meters, the men's final. Based on the athlete who clocked the best times, we have the top 5: Manuel Lemama, Francis Kimutai, Vincent Wachi, Kelvin Kipiego, and Constantine Cheriot. At position 1 with 3 minutes 46.3 seconds is Emmanuel Lemama. Francis Kimutai came in 2 seconds later. Vincent Wachi had 3 minutes 47.6 seconds. Kelvin Kipiego had 3 minutes 50.1 seconds, and Constantine Cheriot had 3 minutes 50.2 seconds.
Remember, there were 2 finals in the 1,500 meters. And of course, it was all about who. I was just moments ago, 100 meters women came out, and I was talking to Susan Nyambura, who is a referee by profession.
A football referee.
I think she's just straight from action because was it yesterday? She was attending the Betika derby in in Machakos. FC Leopards was playing Kenya Police, and she was the 4th official. So she came straight from that into action, and she's now in the 100 meters final, finished 4th in the semi-final. But she's like, her season has not yet begun. According to her, she's just trying to see if she can be in her best shape before the business end of things.
Well, and that actually shows the level of sports, her discipline towards sports, doubling up as a referee, contributing towards the sport as an official, and now also working now as an athlete. And I think in the history of Kenya, we've had athletes who've doubled. We've had the likes of Manyala, Collins Omaya doing rugby and athletics. JJ Masiga doing rugby and athletics as well, and football as well. I think even Dan Shikanda at some point
did some rugby.
Yeah, I think he played some rugby while at
Ramwell
Jamhuri.
Mulolo.
Yeah, so I think it just takes it's the initiative of the athlete and also their love for a particular sport or for the sport.
Remember, Ferdinand is also a former rugby player, so actually it takes one to realize where the strength is. And for Ferdinand, maybe turning into sprints made him a better person.
Or maybe it was the right time for him to switch from rugby to athletics.
Because maybe in rugby, he could have retired by now, being phased out, and people would have forgotten about him. But
with an injury, perhaps.
Yeah.
And indeed, because as we are talking about the Omanyala mania, after, we can say, pre-COVID, or rather post-COVID, sorry. if you look at the post-COVID period, when Omanyala started hitting headline, doing what he did, there was a sudden interest in sprints in this country, because people are like, if Omanyala did it, why not me? Some probably could be his peers, could be people he grew up with, people he was training with. And that also perhaps explains why we have the soaring numbers of the sprints from various affiliates. If we'd say the universities, we saw in Thika we had so many of them coming in as fast. We had NYS for the first time going forward.
Talking about affiliates, I'm told now most of these sprinters converge in Utawala, at the Utawala Sprinters Club, where they do their trade, make sure that they're in shape. And you've seen a couple of them. Very good times here today. It's something that is unique, but of course, it has shown us that if you bring great minds together, then it becomes easy for you to crack, to break the ice.
Nairobi East Kenya Football Federation Chair Dixon Doyle, Double D, has just passed by the studio. It's good to also see, we're talking about both sports, now we see football coming to cheer athletics.
He had really a rough time on Sunday at the Nairobi Polo Club.
And also condolences to one of your people there in Shauri Moyo. We know what happened yesterday in Majengo. Poleni sana Doyle.
If you attended the Bingwa Fest football, rugby, basketball at the Nairobi, then you need to go for some counseling because the scenes were not what guys expected.
I know people are traumatized and there was need for therapy sessions afterwards. You being one of them.
The medical content around here, maybe some of us can attend after this. As we are waiting for the 400 meters final. I'm now told it's the 100 meters.
Just a slight change in the program.
Maybe the 400 meter runners weren't ready for this.
Or maybe the fact that there was an announcement that they are going to have a straight final. Maybe that is what perhaps the coaches
consulting
and maybe also arguing about, because maybe there's an athlete who said, let me not ban, let me save some energy for.
Maybe
maybe
800 meters.
They posted a slower time, so now they're being told you'll not make it because of ABCD.
So the 100 meters men final, Sylvester Simiu, it will be running in lane number 1, qualified in a time of 10.6 seconds. Dennis Nyongesa will be in lane number 2, qualified in a time of 10.5 seconds. Shadrach Wasilu, 10.6 seconds. We'll be running in lane number 3. In lane number 4 is Isaac Omurwa, 10.4 seconds. And Dennis Mwai, 10.5. We'll be running in lane number 5. Stephen Onyango, the fastest man in the field heading into the finals, 10.3. Clinton Aluvi, 10.6. And Brown Mutara, 10.7. So 8 starters in this final.
Sprints normally emit a lot of emotions, reactions, because everyone wants, there's no time for a comeback. You not compare it to perhaps 1500 meters where if you do badly in the first lap, you have time to catch up. This one is instant once they go, and that's it. You have just a few seconds. And it's quite unfortunate not to see a very determined athlete from the National Police Service. While we await for the start of their 100 meters, and now there's a lot of tension, and everyone is waiting. And even the body language here, you can see a lot of movement, people moving closer to the public dais. Everyone just wants to have a glimpse. And actually, most of the people have gone near the finish area to ensure that they can see who will cross the tape in position number 1, if not number 2 or number 3.
So on my left, I can see the podium being set. Remember, after this, we'll have the awards ceremony. Informed that all disciplines will converge in the pitch for the award ceremony that will happen just after the last race of the day.
Courtesy of Betika.
Courtesy of Betika, and of course, the Bingwa Fest series will come to an end, paving way for the nationals before the beginning of season 2.
We haven't had the 800 meters.
That should be coming up, the 800 meters. And it will be a straight final.
Well, from your screens, you can see the activities, can see the officials, the timekeepers. They are just ready for the 4 or 5 races that are remaining before we call it a day here at the Betika Bingwa Fest, being held here at the Nairobi West GK Prison grounds here in Langata constituency. Remember, we are also coming to you live on the Betika Bingwa Fest page, as well as Athletics Kenya. Soon afterwards, we'll be having the 800 meters finals for women. A slight change in the program, as we were slated to have 400 meters. Then we were told 100 meters. Now we have the 800 meters women's final, and already the athletes on the track waiting to kickstart the race. Just a brief here and there before the races begin. As I was telling my colleague Greg, there is a soar in numbers, an increase. We can see some footballers who are also from who also take part in the Betika Bingwa Fest have just arrived, and we expect to see a lot of crowd reaction here.
It's all about the money. Of course, the rewards that have come after a very, very intense 1 week. Like let's say football started on Monday last week,
yes,
all the way to Sunday. So was rugby played over 4 days, and of course we had basketball for 3 days. So plenty of goodies coming up, courtesy of Betika and a community. And right now it's all about athletics, which comes to an end today. It is the 800 meters final that we are waiting here.
You can see Coach Katam of Administration Police. I don't know if he's still serving. Seasoned coach, very tough, doesn't miss his words, he's very strict. But then again, in sports, this is the kind of discipline that is needed, because without discipline you cannot go anywhere. He's giving instructions to his fellow officials there. And I don't know if we might see, Greg, 2 finals. Perhaps that is what they're consulting, because we saw that in
huge turnout.
Yeah, so that you don't end up, it might either affect the timings, it might also affect the different athletes and their style of running.
It's taking a while, and I can see Caroline Nyaga. She's also running in this one. She just finished second in the 1,500 meters. Was it the 5,000? No, it was the 1,500.
It was the 1,500 meters.
1,500 meters, yeah. Now we are ready for start.
You know, also, Greg, some of these events when you walk around, perhaps when you took a break and you're walking around, you notice some of these athletes, or most of these athletes, maybe they come from the same village or they come from the same locality, and others are meeting because give an example of athletes who are training partners, or maybe they went to the same recruit and they passed out at the same time, and this one joined another camp and joined another camp. Now they're meeting here, maybe they are serving either as soldiers or as police officers. Others ended up joining the forces, the others are civilians but also in the sport. So they're very warm faces out there, and there the race has started. The gun has gone, and that is lap number 1 of the 800 meters women's finals here at the Nairobi West grounds. As I was saying, you find them hugging each other in a very warm manner. A player has just fallen down. I don't know if she will be able to catch up, and I can see her dropping off the race just in lap 1. And I was saying, Greg, the excitement of them meeting, perhaps they come from the same locality and they've met here, others encouraging each other, others catching up, just wanting to know, where were you, how have you been up to? Thank you.
Of course, some of them have stories to tell. Maybe one of them used his or her spikes as they hit the barrel at 800 meters is the first final, and it is going to be a race that will be very, very fast. Remember, they'll be rewarded according to the rankings.
It is their timings that will decide. Jacinta Abese is in position number 2. Purity is in number 1, and Faith Chebet in position number 3.
So it's Purity bursting away from the rest of the field. I think she will be winning this one comfortably, but then it will be about the time.
It's about the time,
because we also have one more final to go.
Her running style sort of resembles Pamela Jelimo,
where she could hit the front and decide to take it.
And she used to beat the wind. Her arms are always high.
So Purity will be winning this one with Jacinta Abese and Nyaga
in number 2 and number 3.
It was so close between the third and fourth. But then that's the first final. You can see the second heat of the final. They're already lining up for a start. And if you ask any coach or any athlete, they'll tell you the 800 meters is the most technical race of all, because it's 2 laps whereby you have to ensure that you run well in the first 400 and maybe hope that you up your pace in the last lap. Like David Rudisha running 49 in London 2012, a split of 49. And that was crazy.
I was actually present at the stadium in London. I'm going to cover the Olympics. And I remember the same day is when also Usain Bolt broke the
100 meters.
Thank you. So I remember sports minister was Paul Otuoma at the time. And I remember the whole stadium standing up, giving Rudisha a standing ovation. And so those are the scenes that we hope to see this year. And perhaps next year. There goes the gun. Seems some athletes are not prepared for it, but the race is underway.
You rarely have restart in the 800 meters, so if you aren't prepared, then that's it.
You'll catch up.
Yeah.
So it is the times that will decide. But then again, I'm foreseeing the first heat having a 1, 2, 3. And this one may probably have a 1, 2, but let's see after lap 1 if we see if they'll have done an under 1 minute. Or maybe even a slower time.
And the leader is just like, she's running alone. She looks really strong. I think this will be a slower hit.
Yeah, that is what I was telling you. There goes the bell for the final lap. She seems to be very strong.
She is actually very strong. And you can feel that Sheila Chepkogei of Nairobi, she's at home.
Josephine Nyamusi of Prison in position number 2. Karen Chepngeno in position number 3. The gap is so big, 30 meters in my estimation.
Sheila Chepkogei
350 meters. Approaching the 200-meter mark. Of course, this is Sheila who will win, or who's going to win. All factors held constant, not unless a miracle happens. Nobody can catch up with her. But I think, Greg, this was a very strategic move because I'm looking, or rather I'm foreseeing she might make it into the final.
Actually, she led from gun to tape.
Thank you.
That was a tactic that maybe she thought wise and deployed it in this final. And you can see she clearly has used all her gas in the cylinder to win this race here.
She's really burnt out. We are looking forward to hear her interview just to know what was going through her mind. Why did she choose this particular style of running? So now we have the 10,000 meters for the men.
Because afterwards we'll have the sprints, the 100 meters, the 800 meters,
and the relays.
And of course, award ceremony is still going on. And I get the courtesy of Betika.
Those are the 800 meters men finalists who are getting ready. The men are getting ready before the beginning of the race, just having the last briefing. This is the 800 meters finals.
This is another straight final. The 800 meters.
The race has gotten underway. Emmanuel Mutua is on the lead and Victor Egon. You can see some pushing there at the corner over who will be in the lead. But this looks like a very fast heat.
Emmanuel Mutua, Chacos. Wow, that's a yes. En route to win his first final. Emmanuel Mutua did it in Machakos. He's also coming through here nicely. Trying to that's the first heat of the finals in the 800 meters. So on to the second heat of the men 800 meters final. Remember, the podium finishers will be determined by the rankings after this. So if you run faster, you are in. If you run slower, then that's it. There goes the gun. Feel that this second heat will be very competitive from the look of things. It is the 800 meters heat number 2. Easing through the 300 meter mark as they take that bend, really determined to beat the times posted in heat number 1 of the final. So there we go as they complete the first circuit of this 800 meters, and straight away they'll hit the bell as they take the bell into the last lap of this 800 meters. Remember, there were 2 hits, hit number 1, and now we are on to hit number 2. Joshua Dong of KDF navigating through. Gabriel Sarai and Odondo. Gabriel Sarai steaming away. Will he be able to maintain this pace? He looks quite confident. He's grimacing as he heads towards the last 100 meters of this race. Will he be able to maintain this? It is Gabriel wins it. Gabriel wins the second heat of this final. And after this, I know the excitement will be in the 100 meters that will be coming up in just a bit.
Yes, Bonavictor. I'm just from the cold room, and I've seen we'll have so many hits of this 800 meters. I've also seen Timothy Cheriot among the runners.
That is nice to see him take part in the event.
All of them are using this as a training. There he is in this. He's also here in this. He's wearing a Nike vest. You can see him.
Yes.
In bib number 395.
Looks a very technical race compared to the previous one.
And remember, Timothy is a senior superintendent of prisons, just 3 ranks away from being a commissioner of prisons. Taking part in this race, mingling with the rest. We have a rabbit there, I can see. 083 should be a rabbit. As you can see, signaling for the rest to take over the reins. Bib number 450 wants to be the world champion. Timo, unlike other years, seems to be in very good shape this year. He always picks up in the month of April, in the month of May. But this year he's picked up quite well. Timothy Cheriot winning that semi-final comfortably. Dominic Bargatuny coming in second. Collins Getich coming in third in that semi-final. Move on to the other semi-final. Of course, this is the Betika Bingwa Fest, Nairobi edition. Betika Athletics Series, Nairobi edition. This is the 6th edition. Charity walking there with the world champion, Timothy Cheriot. Humble guy, greeting officials before he crosses the line, before he crosses to the other side of the field. That is Timothy Cheriot on your screens, just coming over for an interview after winning the 800-meter semi-final.
It's really hot here, coach.
Really hot. We should be approaching 33 degrees if I'm not centigrade, if I'm not wrong.
So Charity on the sidelines with an interview from the athletes.
Timothy Cheriot.
Charity, if you're ready, you can take it away.
Timothy Cheriot, he's won the 800 we are Bingwa first race. Timothy, it was quite a fast pace. Umefeel aje mwili preparations zako?
I feel great today. It was my first track and field event, so I'm happy. I raced well today, 800 meters. I was testing my speed, despite the season is still long, so I'm happy I started this year well.
Where are we going to see you next after this?
I think I'm going back to training, and maybe in the next month or May I will race again. Yeah.
Will you be starting your Diamond League?
I think maybe Doha or May. I may do the Grand Lamps for James. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Timothy Cheriot. I'm joined here by also number 2. He is from Kapsabet. Kwa majina?
My name is Dominic Parngeduny.
Dominic, umeweza kukimbiza Timo almost umkaribia. Last week tukiwa nao ulisema unataka kuangalia preparations zako. So far umefikia wapi ukigauge na race ya leo?
Leo nimeona ilikuwa better than the last event. I'm seeing improvement. I hope that I will run my best this season. Yes.
Na so after this unaenda kufocus na nini?
After this na focus na World Championship iko mbele yetu. Yes.
Okay. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was number 1 and 2 in the 800 meters race. Timothy was competing his first track event. He's saying that he's happy so far with the preparation. He was coming to test his speed work. And for number 2, he's saying that he's happy during last time when we were with him in Thika. He's saying that he said that he was going to come in to gain experience and also know where to correct. But now he's comfortable with the results. He will be going to work on the speed work. Over to you, Victor, as we continue with the event.
Kenyan lane 2, Naugendi lane 3, Merigo lane 4, Zimba number 5 lane 5, Lucia William the Olympian lane 6, Alicia Etiang from KDF number 7, Grace Kidake lane 8.
It's gonna be a tough one, very tense moments here.
Sure.
From both the athletes, the coaches.
From the 8 semis, from the 8 heats to 3 semis and now to 1 final.
Wow, coach, was that in order?
Yes, that was in order.
No, athlete number 3, no, in lane 3. I thought her hand was up.
No, she used a 3-point start instead of 4-point start.
Okay.
Yes. When you have an issue, maybe she has a back issue or she's been allowed the leeway to run without loss.
Yeah, I can see probably a hamstring. A lot of emotions there.
True. We have a yellow flag from the officials. This means there's an infringement.
Yeah, I noticed. Anyway, let's see. I was to make the final decision, but I know a decision will be made.
Continuing with the hits.
Well, very beautiful trophies, courtesy of Betika, and I think Senior Vice President Paul Mutui of Athletics Kenya will head there to award the winners of the 1500 meters for women. You have Charity Chepkurui, Caroline Nyaga, and Faith.
Na nafasi ya kwanza ni Purity Chepkurui. Purity Chepkurui ndiye alikuwa nafasi ya kwanza. Naona pia kuna check wanapelekewa check. Watapewa pia check. Kuna cheki hao wanariadha, tafadhali muwapatie. Nafasi ya tatu Chebet. Nafasi ya tatu.
The awarding ceremony there is ongoing. 1500 meters. Faith Chebet has been given her check worth 60,000 shillings for finishing in position number 3.
Thank you so much, Victor. I'm joined here by Lucia
I can see Coach
representing
Katam
our country,
and
South Sudan.
coaches
Lucia, so
over
far, how
the
is your
100
preparation?
meters finals, perhaps
My
discussing
preparation is going on well.
and the infringement that you're
because,
talking about.
I got an injury back then in Paris, but now I thank God I'm back.
Looking forward, what are you going to be focusing on now as we start our journey to Tokyo?
Well,
I think there was a
have
protest from the
a race
athletes.
next month
That's why you
in
can't see them
Ethiopia.
there.
So that one will give me a chance to prepare for Tokyo.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That is Lucia Williams. She's happy. She'll be representing her country come the World Championships that will be held in September. Over to you, Victor, as we continue with the medal ceremony.
We have 4,000 views in this live stream. That is a nice one and very positive. And just big up the technical team here from the Athletics Kenya communications team, as well as the technical team. On your screen, just combined efforts from both Betika, team from Betika, and couple of fans and perhaps athletes, just to ensure that the podium is complete. and the awarding ceremony will take place in a befitting place.
Winners podium being prepared. Of course, Viola Chepkemoi winning that one and earning 300,000 Kenya shillings from Betika. Cynthia Mumbo, they are awarding the check to the winner.
I think this will be a trending photo because of the amount. And perhaps even for Viola, even the walking style should change. Going home with 300,000 shillings.
300 plus 300,000. 600,000.
600.
Yes, today.
Things. We have that common saying of from rags to riches. You're not saying that is the case, but not sure if you're gonna bag all that money, and now you are close to being a millionaire. The heat, you can see the photographer there from Betika just ice cream. They call it an ice pop.
It's too hot.
There he goes very comfortably and confidently. We have the 10,000 meters for the men who will be awarded, and we have Nico Gay in position 1, Dennis Kipkuru in position 2, and Bernard Kipkemoi. And Japheth Ahulia will be the one doing the honors and granting the winners their awards.
They are running under protest. Don't be surprised, they are running under protest.
On your screens, the awarding ceremony for the 10,000 meters for the men. Coach, for the benefit of our viewers,
yes.
What does it mean running under protest? You know, in general terms, when you say I'm protesting, definitely you not take part in that race. But now you see them running. For the benefit of our viewers, what does it mean running under protest?
That's a very good question. Running under protest means the race happened. Then there was something that was not right with you. So you go lodge a complaint to the jury, and the jury will say, okay, your complaint is valid. So go run, and you have to beat this time for you maybe to win or do what?
To go to the
like
next stage.
What has happened here in 100 meters, the two ladies complained that they did not hear the set. So when the gun was going off, they were still on set position. So they have run under protest.
Well, very technical explanation there. Now, you know, when you hear people running under protest, it does not mean they are protesting.
Shoyan did that at the junior level, where he had to run alone because he didn't hear the gun, the set position. He didn't hear the set.
And I think he's among the few athletes in history who ran
100-meter final coming.
You can see Omurwa
in the lead, winning that race easily. Isaac Omurwa winning the 100-meter, Betika.
It was a very fast one.
Edition, yes.
With an increase of another probably 10 meters, the leading position would have changed.
Isaac Omurwa winning the race. Clean start. You can see the replay.
There you go, you can see him charging front. And actually slowing down when he got to the finish line and champing his test.
clean, they run clean, that's when they'll be awarded the money. So that takes about 3 months. So from today, just count 3 months, you'll know when they'll be given their money.
So the eligibility of one going home with a cash prize is dependent on their doping test done by the Anti-Doping Association of Kenya, ensuring that everyone takes part in sports clean, or rather the athletes here run clean, playing a very key role in the sports development. Yeah, and also ensuring that athletes who do not want to run clean do not tarnish the image of this country. We've seen other nations, actually big nations economically, bigger than Kenya, being sanctioned because they've had so many doping cases.
Yes. So ADAC will decide if you are given the money or not.
Indeed, this is the 5,000 meters men's final. 5,000 meters men's final. Big number of athletes. A slight change in the program and the order of events. Now you have the 5,000 meters men.
After this, I think we have the 400, the 4 by 400 meters. You know, when you're outside there, you talk to people, and guys were like, "Is Isaac gonna be better than Ferdinand?" That's the question that everybody's asking.
Considering he's started it at a pretty much younger age than Ferdinand, of course the stakes are high of him becoming a better Omanyala. But then again, the glory still reigns or remains the family. Very lucky parents there. Seems to be in their genes. Sometimes genetics do help. A while ago I was talking to Coach Hillary, and we were looking at how the sprints, especially when we talk about the Omanyala mania, and we noticed that on the start list you'll have athletes from regions that are not very well known for the sprints. Like for example, in Thika we had an athlete from Northeastern attempting the sprints. We had a lady from Coast also doing the same. I've also seen her here today. So I don't know, what do you have to say about that?
I think it's all about exposure, because you look at how these athletes, they want to try out with the best, and sometimes you find that they're not in a position to compete, and it is something that gives them that much needed exposure experience, and you never know, very soon you might find that there is a world beater coming from such areas. It is something that of course doesn't take a day, but if they get that motivation that there's somebody from this region who actually went and participated in 1 or 2 events, then it becomes easy, and of course maybe inspiring to the other generations.
Very nice shots there from the videographers from the Athletics Kenya technical department, just giving you a glimpse and a view and the real picture of what is happening here at the Nairobi West prison grounds here in Langata constituency. Very nice leg shots.
The long stockings, does it help in respiration, or it's just a fashion?
It depends. You were talking about swag. There's an athlete in the 100-meter semi-finals who had a durag and he didn't make it into the top 3. And Coach Hillary was saying, why would you come with all that? And
you know that you're not at your best.
Yeah, and not like if you have some swag, if you
make it
invoke
count.
some style, like it should apply.
Like Noah Lyles, with all the swag and everything, he knows that he has what it takes to actually beat the rest of the field.
Usain Bolt.
Usain Bolt also had his. Maurice Green.
Ezekiel Kemboi.
And some are calm, like Lesile Tebogo.
Yeah, I even remember Tebogo being interviewed and he said he's not a show off like
like the rest. Maybe he was just trying to calm down, ease the pressure.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but I think all this, it applies. Sometimes you think someone is calm, but probably they are very tensed. And on the other hand, you'd think someone is has some swag, is not calm, but probably he's just has too much tension and he has to look for a way of how to deal with it. I'll give you an example. Like, for example, if you are to run against Usain Bolt and you find yourself as Greg in the 100 meters finals, and in lane 2 you have Usain Bolt, in lane 3, in lane 4 we have the likes of Asafa Powell. Of course, that will have a trickle-down effect on you because you will wonder, whom am I supposed to beat here? Am I supposed to work on my own time? Who am I going to look up to? Who am I going to look at even?
And then there's that stage fright that comes in. Sometimes you find yourself in a very unfamiliar territory and you're like, maybe do something just to try and beat the stage fright, because you find that most of these athletes, when it comes to the global stage, if they are not prepared well, then they go and let's say meet the kind of guys you talked about, the Bolts, the Kemboys. Sometimes you find that you might not perform to your level best. Been sharing stories with some of these athletes. They're like the reason as to why some athletes don't perform on the global scene is that they do very well in the qualifiers through, and then when they are named into the team, they reach the most crucial stage, and then it's all about mental strength, which really lacks with these athletes.
Well, you can see the leading pack there, just breaking away from the rest of the athletes. And we've had some athletes who've been rounded off already by a lap by the leading pack. And the tables might change from the top 2 who are leading currently.
It's down to 4, which means that they actually are getting their pace and the splits very right.
You know, also with the timings as well, every athlete wants to see that they've posted a good time, or rather the best time. You'll notice that most of them are missing the water because I think it's because
it might delay.
Yeah, when you have the lead on, it might delay because you also need your hands to beat the wind. So I think that's a wake-up call in future events for the organizers, or rather the team that is in charge with that. I think it's the welfare team. They should ensure that they have a table stationed there, so where perhaps the athletes can pick the way we see it in major races. Mm-hmm. Or if you're handing them the water, you have the lead removed so that you don't end up losing. The athlete in bib number 218 comes from Northeastern. Yeah. And I was telling you of how in previous years we never saw such images. And I remember I had a chat with this athlete. I'm trying to remember his name. Is it Korane or Derane? And he told me that all he has is support from his family. They know that he wants to make it in the athletic stage, and perhaps he wants to write history. And remember, he told me that if you look at me, if I say in Swahili, he was like, when you look at Mo Farah's body, so of course I had a conclusion that he looks up to Mo Farah. He told me, if you look at Mo Farah, I have similar resemblance in terms of body and physiques and stature like him. So he told me with proper grooming, a few basics here and there, proper touch-ups,
he stands a chance.
Yeah, it stands a chance. And then also again, Greg, that is a wake-up call to counties to invest in proper infrastructure. Because I mean, if you look at the monies that are involved in just putting a simple tartan track, is not as expensive as people might think. And perhaps if we'd have more counties having tartan tracks, it would also see such events such as this, and even the athletics weekend meets, the AK weekend meets, being taken to regions such as Garissa or Togashe. We don't mind going to Elwak.
Of course, and when you bring the facilities closer to these athletes, then it becomes easier for them. That's why you find that many of these athletes flock places like Iten, places that have that conducive environment to actually try out and shape themselves for future events. And of course, you've talked about laying tartan tracks on in some of these facilities. I think it's long overdue. Just the way the stadia are being renovated by the government, I think the tartan tracks should be given a priority, so that at least the sprints we see now, everybody wants to sprint, and you can only work rather do better when you are running on a modern facility.
Yeah, but as much as the buck stops with the government, I think the larger responsibility is with the counties to do stadia, because the government will support to a certain level, and is upon the county handlers, be the governors and the administration, to ensure that we have these facilities ready and in usable conditions. I'll give you an example of a facility that is in a county not far from here in Nairobi, and as much as they have the stadium, they have the seating stands are new, but it is just formalized and conditioned for soccer.
Football is given a priority.
Thank you. So
and it's so strange that it's athletics, let's say volleyball, rugby, that has actually made it to the global scenes. And of course, we've always witnessed the world beaters coming from the athletics, rugby, and of course basketball also is coming up really well, despite all the challenges. But then if we can have, let's say, like a facility in each and every county, a state-of-art facility that can actually help these athletes train, then it becomes easy. Because you go to Thika, not many people liked running on that on the Maram track.
It's a very fast track as well.
It's a fast track, but you can imagine if tartan is laid on that track, how much it will go.
And then also looking at its geographical location, its nearness to Nairobi, nearness to these other parts of the country, Mount Kenya, and probably parts of Eastern. So it is not very far, and it would actually attract many athletes to come there and use it. There you go with the 5,000 meters men. For the 100 meters final, you have Isaac Omura posting 10.2 seconds, just 2 seconds shy of his qualifying time for the finals. Dennis Moy in 10.3 in second position. Stephen Onyango 10.5 seconds in third position. Dennis Onyango in fourth
Dennis Moy
position.
seems to be writing a very good story this season.
He keeps improving in each of his race, despite having a big body compared to other sprinters. He's just small-bodied, but he has really worked on his speeds. A big up and shout out to Tawala Club.
That's a place where most sprinters are flocking. Something we can always say has really helped athletes. At least when you train together, it gives them that the tactical approach and everything. And I think Club is doing a great job to ensure that all these things are happening, and the sprinters, of course, get the
there
best.
Goes my guy on the screen. I like his determination that despite lagging behind and being among the last athletes, as a sportsman, you just continue and push on and ensure that you finish the race, which also will show you the time that you've posted. And also that is part of sportsmanship. The sun is really getting...
It's scorching hot.
You can see no one is bothered with the water, and I think the race marshal there, or the steward, must be wondering what's up.
As you said, maybe if they placed tables and water on top of it, then it might be something they at least consider, because it's really, really hot.
But I think just the simplest way, because for the tables it would work well with a road race. But for this particular race, just having the lead open just for the athlete to pick, and even if they don't drink, because I understand some of them have dietitians, they have nutritionists, just pouring the water onto your body just to have a cooling effect works well. The race has ended. We have the first place finisher there in 5,000 meters. Doesn't look very tired. It looks still very strong, and probably if he's added another 2,000 meters, he can still do it.
Maybe he's a 10,000 meter runner. Because we'll be
or a road racer, true.
Yeah, or a road. And look at how he actually led from gun to tape. Then you are like, I think he was really psyched up for this one, and of course going home with 300,000 shillings.
I actually remember at some point after like 3-4 laps, there was some pushing there and shoving, and with the leading pack of 4, and I think he decided to be the bigger person and decided to move behind so that he can let them go. But at some point he caught up with them and overtook them. Well, from here, this is the Betika Bingwa Fest. This is the Nairobi edition, and today we have the athletics finals. You can see fans there coming out in large numbers from both sides of the field. And remember also, most of the fans here double up also as participants, either those that were taking part in this event and those that just came to show support to their colleagues, to their friends, to their training partners.
Yeah, I've seen the likes of Monica Safari. She didn't participate today. She was in Mombasa, won the 100 meters, but she is not participating today, but she's been watching the races since morning. That tells you that everything that she's been doing, she's like, let me take a break, look forward to the nationals, because the winners here, I understand, will be invited for the nationals to take place later next month at a venue by the organizers.
And perhaps also some of them maybe just came to see how their opponents run and how their shape is, so that you know next time you meet, especially now that you're looking forward to going to Kapsabet for the Athletics Kenya track and field weekend meet. I know some of the athletes will be, or rather use this event just to come and see how their colleagues have done. In a short while, we'll be talking to the winners of the 5,000 meters men's race that has just ended. But while Charity gets ready, we have the second final taking place. Remember, the numbers of the athletes were so many, and the organizers had to split the finals to have more than one final.
Over to you, Charity.
I don't think Charity is ready. She hasn't even been mic'd.
Too many entries in this.
Thank you so much, Mlemi. I'm joined here by the finalists in the 5,000 meters. As we continue with the second final for the 5,000 meters. Kwa majina unaitwa nani na race ya leo umefilaje hata kama weather imekuwa joto sana?
Kwamba nashukuru Mungu sana kwa kunifikisha hapa. Katika hii mchezo nimeifurahia. Nimeona mwili imerespond. Nilidhani jua itanilemea sana lakini nashukuru Mungu nimemaliza vyema. Asante.
After this, what's next for you?
Ningependa kusema kwamba natamani niwe katika Olimpiki ambayo inakuja. Ninaomba Mungu niwe na afya mzuri na ni train vizuri. Asante.
Thank you, all the best. I'm also joined here by number 2. Race imekuwa vipi na una trainia wapi?
Kwa majina kwanza mimi naitwa Abraham Diema na trainia huko Mount Elgon, Western Region. Mbio ya leo naona ni improvement kwangu. Sababu nimekimbia first AK, nikakimbia 14:20 na hapa nadhani nimekimbia under 14:20 ambapo ni pongezi kwangu. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations. Over to you, Mlemi, as we continue with the second final for the 5,000 meters.
Thank you, Charity. This is the second final in the 5,000 meters. We are almost coming towards the business end of affairs here at the Nairobi West. This is the Bingwa Fest Nairobi edition. Doing their third lap in this 5,000 meters. Still a very packed field right here at the Nairobi West Prison. And of course, giving you every bit of action. Still to come 4x400 meters, the 4x100 meters there. And of so it will be doing the relays and then the award ceremony coming up, courtesy of Betika community. So this is the second final of the 5,000 meters, the second heat of the men's 5,000 meters final. Can see the likes of Wiseman Were didn't really participate in this one, but he is actually one of the star names, especially in the 400 meters hurdles. Of course, our viewers all the way watching us live in this Bingwa Fest Nairobi edition. So it is the 5,000 meters underway, second heat of the final. Still too close to call. Very compact, very tight. Midway through this,
you can see the dust, especially for the athletes who are trailing behind, and this actually just shows you the importance of having a tartan track. As much as this is an institutional facility, we're being hosted here courtesy of the Kenya Prisons Department here at the Nairobi West prisons. We can see the athletes there.
That's Wise Manuere, 400 meters hurdles national champion.
Yeah, just making fun of studio here.
Makeshift studio here. And
saying hello to those that are watching. Indeed, we've had a couple of athletes passing here and just saying hi. Others are personal friends. Others are just lovers of the sport.
You have to build the relationship with these athletes, even in the industry, because the moment you don't do that, then you might have a very difficult time, let's say, with them. Have beautiful stories, by the way.
True, very true. Solomon Mutuku, Vincent Kibet are in the leading pack.
Solomon Mutuku running confidently right now, and the very young boys, look at them. It looks really inspiring to see the young boys also coming up with this. Solomon Mutuku is leading the way currently.
It looks to be very strong. Still in front. We have an athlete coming from the outer lane, trying to dethrone Mutuku, the number 1 position. But
he took part in the 1,500 meters earlier on.
Yeah, just a minute ago. Seems to be having a lot of endurance and stamina as well.
Stamina, yeah.
Economically also, the economy around not only Nairobi, but I'd say here in Lang'ata in Nairobi West is also booming. A lot of people selling stuff, ice cream to foodstuffs,
Taking
drinks.
advantage also of the weather.
Yeah, foodstuffs, drinks, sodas, soft drinks. Others are also selling sports gear. Perhaps the athlete who had a durag had just bought his, and this was the only chance he could prove to the world that he has a new durag. Shoes, sports shoes, racing shoes, jogging shoes, spikes. I've just realized, so that's why I'm making that comment, bro. And
to get a pair, because not every day will you find such legit stuff.
Yeah. True. So it is a busy.
First time we are seeing an athlete pick water. That is the man from prisons, I suppose, Vincent Keter.
Yeah, true. I'm trying to get a closer look
at the results of the 100 meters women final. From South Sudan, Lucia Williams winning 12.0 seconds, Valerie Njiru 12.3 seconds, Jen Mirigo 12.6, Susan Nyambura. She said she was going to be number 4. And she's done it.
She knew. I remember she passed here and she told Coach Hillary that the young athletes are really giving her a run for her money.
Run for her leg.
Though she said it in Swahili, it sounded very comical in Swahili. I don't want to say it.
But she's had a very good career in the sports, and it's also helped her own trade, which is officiating in the local leagues, that is the top tier in the league, and Super League. She knows exactly what fitness
is all about.
Samuel Mutuku still leading. track really well.
Yeah, he's maintained his he's very composed. He's maintained his pace throughout. And this
big man
has jumped into position number 2, dethroning Bib 475 from number 2 down to position 3. Looks a pretty much very young athlete.
Those ones are the ones to watch in the future.
Very true.
Talking about the future, the LA Games coming up in 2028, most of these athletes are the ones who will represent the country. Like the team that represented the nation in the World Under-20 Championships last year, most of those athletes some have gotten scholarships to the United States, and it's something that we can say has really prepared.
For the 800-meter final results, we have Timothy Cheriot, Dominic Baringetunyi, Brian Masai, William Ryan, and Kelvin Kipiego. Rotich won in a time of 1 minute 48.8 seconds. Dominic number 2 had 1 minute 49.5 seconds. Brian Masai 1 minute 49.7 seconds in position number 3.
Of course, Timothy Cheriot, he's doing more of the 800, I think, just to test on his speed. Yes, because he says that he's not yet done. He wants to recapture the world crown from Jacob Ingebrigtsen. So we wait to see if that's going to come true. Solomon Mutuku still leading the way in the 5,000 meters. I don't know if that's the right tactic, but now
he's being overtaken.
He's being overtaken. I think tactically he's done his bit. Maybe it's a team tactic. You never know. If you get it, make sure that you give me a part of your money.
You don't run with the spoils alone.
Don't run with the spoils alone. George of Kenya. Now taking over the lead in the 5,000 meters final. Currently in the lead with Cosmos Cheriot in second place. Shoulder race. George Naikene. Cheriot carrying it. Tonga now in second place and now being crossed down by George Naikene. Stamina to take it all the way. Looks really strong with a very unique style of running. Constantin Cheriot.
Mambo yamebadilika. Nakwambia George Nitemei kutoka KDF anabadilisha mambo hapa. George Nitemei kutoka KDF akifuatwa na Concept Cheriot na vile vile huyu mwanariadha Solomon Mutuku, wote wakimaliza katika nafasi hiyo bora. Washindi wa mita
heading toward the business end of the day, and this is the big Nairobi edition athletics competition, of course. And live West Prison. Charity has to say because she's lined up a couple of minutes. Charity, if you're ready, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Mlemi. I'm joined here by the world under 18 1500 meter champion, George Manangoi. He was also being cheered by his brother, who is also a former champion in the same distance. Elijah Manangoi is seated in the crowd. Manangoi, umeanza race, ulikuwa umetulia side ya nyuma polepole, and then nini imekupea motivation ukajisukuma mpaka ukapita kila mtu?
Kwanza nashukuru Mungu kwa kunipatia nguvu ili niweze kumaliza 5000. Nimekuwa muda mimi kukimbia, lakini nimekimbia cross countries na hapo ndio imenipatia motisha. At least nikakimbia pia 2 kilometers nationals, nikajua kwamba mwili narudi polepole. Kwa vile sijaanza speed work, nilikuwa nafanya lapping, nikasema leo nikimbie 5000 na nimekuwa nikikimbia 5000 mara mingi, na naona najua nikianza mapema mbele nitakwama, lakini ikija polepole naona mwili pia inakuja vizuri. Hakuna haja niharakishe na pia muda huko. Ndivyo.
So moving forward, vile tunaelekea Tokyo World Championships, utakimbia 1500 ama 5000?
Kwa sasa sijaamua ni gani moja kwa sababu sijafanya speed work. Ndio tulianza juzi on Tuesday na coach Bernard, na ninaona aliniambia nisikimbie 800 kwa sababu bado speed haijakuja ama 15, lakini nijaribu 5000 ndio baadaye tukuje tuendelee na speed work, alafu by mwezi wa 4 tutajua kama ni 15 ama ni 5. Naam.
Okay, all the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
That is George Manangoi, the World Under 18 1500 meter champion, is saying that he's yet to prepare to decide if he will be competing in the 1500 or the 5000, which is saying that he is happy with the performance for today, and he hopes that by the time it's in the 4th month, he'll have been able to settle on which race he will be focusing on as we head for Tokyo World Championships. Over to you, Mlemi, as we continue with the 400 meters race.
Can see Coach Katam there ensuring that each athlete is in position, ready for the start of the race. Reaching out there for his gun. The 400 meters is also another tactical race that can drain an athlete if you are not keen, because after 300 meters towards 350, at the 350 mark, lactic sets in, and you'll more or less just maintain your pace till the finish of the race. And it is a race that, if you're very keen, you'll just see the athletes, once they finish, they want to end it there. Once they see the finish line, the crossing line, they end it there. They don't want to proceed. Yeah, true, and reminds me of the late 400 meter athlete Nicholas Bet, who had a road accident and died just fresh. True. Even the commentator just realized that, oh, Mr. Bet is close to the finish line. Then he was like, wait a minute, and the Kenyan from the outside. I remember it very well, because I remember we were doing a documentary in Iten. So where I was, we had so many athletes from one of the camps. And even at some point, the main camera, the frame of the shot was not on Bet. It was on the American. Just two times he did. And he just did what I think was done previously. So to the 400 meters and there they go on to 300 meters. Very nice shots there. So now this is where the race begins towards the 200 meter mark. You can see everyone now opening their turbos. Grace Kidake there seems to be on the lead, a very seasoned athlete. Doing, she's going to take part in the Masters in the United States later this year. Will finish in 2nd position. equally giving the young athletes a run for their money using her experience and exposure out there. Well, yet another final of the 400 meters. This is final number 2. I don't know, but yeah, it has to happen. There they go. The race has just begun. It is a clean start. No false start or no fault. This will be a rather slow hit compared to the first final. And there they go towards the 200-meter mark. Towards the 100-meter mark, now with 100 meters to go. Now into the home stretch. You can see the and the race has just ended. As you wait to see who was the winner of that race. After this, we'll have the awarding ceremony for the women's 800 meters, which includes Jacinta Bese. Cynthia Mumbo will be the one doing the honors and giving the athletes their checks. The men's 400 meters is soon getting underway, and this is the first final. You can see the winners of the 800 meters having a photo session. Branded in Betika colors, the yellow and blue. The athletes getting ready to start the race. Going into set position and off they go. Kevin Kiprotich is a prisons officer. This is stationed at the Nairobi West Prison, and indeed he has to ensure that the honors remain home as he comes to the home stretch, as much as other athletes are trying to catch up. But Kevin Kiprotich is winning the race to the applause of the home crowds, who consists of his fellow officers from the Nairobi West Prison, who have come out in large numbers considering the times of the day, and perhaps some have come from their duties of the day.
Trying so hard to ensure that he stays up to pace, and of course Jonathan Wambua in lane number 3. Isaac Tayalen now between Sanya and Simiu, and that man, Jonathan Wambua, storms to victory to win this heat of the 400 meters.
The awarding ceremony for the 1500 meters men's race is currently underway. This is the last final of the 400 meters for the men. Have Aaron Cheminingwa, Dennis Masika, Chris Wayaki, Mesha Kiwoi, and Davis Andano as the participating athletes. It will not be full house. And down they go, ready for set position before they take off. Seems to be rather a slow start. Onto the 200-meter mark, and this is where you separate the wheat from the chaff. Chris is on the lead, but Kipkurui and Dennis Masika closing. They were about to close in the gap, but Chris takes and bags the race. There is the awarding ceremony for the 800 meters for men, and now on stage, winning 150,000 shillings. That is senior superintendent Remember, all this is coming to you courtesy of the Betika na Community Bingwa Fest. And next now we have the ladies for the 800 meters, the winners. And for 5,000 meters men, we had the finals, the list of the finalists, final winners on your screen. Well, on your screens, the awarding ceremony for the 800 meters for the women. We have Caroline Kirui now on stage, bagging 100,000 shillings. Lucia William from South Sudan was the winner, and she will take home 150,000 shillings.
Kutoka pale na PR manager katika jukwaa hilo la zawadi.
So next to the studio you can see Timothy Cheriot, senior superintendent, and Catherine Dereba, veteran marathoner and stakeholder in the athletics industry. Yeah, so this is also her turf. This is her race. And in their ceremonial freezing technique by the uniformed forces, she has acknowledged a senior colleague. And they've had a chat. And Timothy has gone.
He aims to reclaim that when the time comes. That's why he's participating in these events. He won his 800 meters heat, which is a very, very big sign for him. He looks injury free. It's been a while since we saw him in great shape, and I believe that he still has something left in his tank.
Omurwa did a 10.2. I told you every time this boy is on the track, he tends to perform better. Same as Dan Nismwai, 10.3. So there, as position 1 is Isaac Omurwa, brother to Ferdinand Omanyala, being handed over his check by Japheth Ahulia. marketing manager at Betika. Indeed, talking about sports marketing and from a backroom level and sponsorship, we've had Jafo, as we popularly know him. He's been there from organization to organization, just ensuring that he works with different sports stakeholders, ensuring that either part of the CSR or either part of the monies that the organizations have, but that at least some few sportsmen can get that as well.
He's been there, he's actually been on top of it, and it's good to see him back with the biggest gaming company in the country, and of course exposing them through such event. The Bingwa Fest, of course, something that we are all celebrating. Look at the trophies down there.
Very nice, very beautiful.
Trophies there. Because Betika also are the new entertainment partners of the WRC that will be happening later on this month for a tune of 65 million shillings that was launched last evening. And you can clearly see they're making strides and making sure that they sponsor sporting events. Talking about the Bingwa Fest, we also talked about them sponsoring clubs. Look at what they've been doing at Kenya Police and AFC Leopards. Very huge, good stories coming out of that place. And of course, there's a time they sponsor the National Super League, so Betika has really come in and ensuring that they are motivated and accountability is something that is being implemented. Even otherwise also. But the Bingwa Fest, of course, is the biggest of all. 6 rounds of intense and intense sporting activities, ranging from basketball, football, athletics, and of course rugby. And after this, of course, we'll be going to the award ceremonies on the other side, which is also going to be very, very good. The awards did happen on Sunday because of what we saw and witnessed at the Nairobi Polo Club, but today everything is very peaceful. And as they say, everything has run according to plan, and everything has gone according to what was written yesterday. And we are heading towards the business end of events here at the Nairobi West prison.
Well, talking about Betika and sports, we're just hours into them being launched, or rather being unveiled as the 2025 WRC Safari Rally partners. The deal is worth 65 million. And remember also Betika coming on board and collaborating with the WRC, rather Kenya Motorsport. This will be a blend of both motorsport and high energy adrenaline sport, as well as entertainment. And I'll be looking forward, and I hope the fans will also be looking forward for the spectator stage at the Soisambu, the Morandat Farm, as well as the Hell's Gate. In addition to that, Betika has also decided to extend sponsorship to Rally Guru Carl Tundo and Ishmael Azeli, for the who will be racing in the WRC in a few weeks from now. Remember, Tundo will be joined by his long-time navigator team. These two are inseparable. And we are mention of Ian just team, who will be riding in a Ford Fiesta R2, while Ishmael will be navigated by John Kadivane, who will be riding in a Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 10.
Wale wenye wanatoa zawadi huko wasini watu athletics. Talent. The group is presented with a check worth 250,000 shillings, signaling the third place finish, the bronze medal, and a $250,000 shillings, courtesy of Betika. Asante sana hiyo committee for that award ceremony. Congratulations to the Landimawe Starlets. Going home with 250,000 shillings to show for the hard work of the last couple of days. All this made possible courtesy of Betika. Ladies and gentlemen, Landimawe Starlets.
Well, Greg, the studio keeps shifting, and now we are nearer to the action. Just to ensure that the fans of the Betika, Betika Bingwa Fest get it fresh as it comes from the Nairobi West grounds. And there they go.
Limeanza maridadi kabisa kule mbele ni KDF1. Kule mbele ni KDF1.
You can see athletes.
Wakifuatiwa na Utawala.
The Utawala Star Club is coming in very well and closing in the gap. There seems to be very immense competition.
It's KDF coming through really nicely. It's a battle between the KDF and, of course, Utawala. Coming through very, very, very nicely. It is KDF 1, Utawala in second place. And of course, it is KDF who will be winning this one, the last event of the day. It's been very, very close. Of course, in the second and third place, really, really close. And you could feel the adrenaline was already up there.
I wish we can have a replay of that, because I know fans would really want to know and see how the race was. And I remember we are in the penultimate stages of today's event here in Nairobi.
The gentleman in charge of football, the Betika Bingwa Fest.
Of course, we are closer to the Wilson Airport, and you said that one of these fine days we're going to do commentary live from the sky.
Actually, Wilson Airport is among the busiest airports, if not in the world, in Africa, followed by the Oliver Tambo Airport. So indeed, this is understandable. The noises from the planes, the choppers, the Dash 80s, and now we have the 4x1. The 4x4.
Where the best rise to become legends.
And of course, I'll be handing over to Charity.
Captain will receive the runners-up trophy from marketing manager Betika. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Dennis, congratulations. In this final, you've become number 2. But I would like to ask, how much has this Bingwa Fest event helped your sprinters in terms of your preparations?
It's been quite influential, considering most athletes previously, we used to start our build-up quite late in the year. But with this Betika Bingwa competitions, we've been forced to start our build-up quite early in preparation to compete here. So it's been quite influential. Yeah.
Do you think we'll be having more athletes qualifying for other events, especially in Africa? For the first time, could we be having more than 2 athletes?
Yeah, pretty sure. This Betika competition is quite much invested in sprints, and for that, in terms of competition, we use this as speed work. So as an athlete or as a sprinter, once you get that competition mode every now and then, you have that race sharpness. So it's quite a big improvement compared to the other seasons. Yep.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That was Dennis. I'm going to be handing over to Victor and Mulemi as we continue with the next relays final. Over.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are heading towards the business end of events here. It's the second relay final that is happening here at the Nairobi West Prison. Quite windy, of course, everything getting cooler, and of course we are looking at how some other champions have been awarded on the other side. You can see the football teams being rewarded after their splendid performances at the Nairobi Polo Club. It's part of what's been happening over the last 10 days, and of course the Bingwa Fest has brought it home, and of course you can see many young people coming here, just ensuring that they're part of action, they're part of it, and of course doing everything that is required to be winners. And of course, as they say, Betika na community, and of course the hashtag for this Bingwa Fest Nairobi edition.
As the slogan goes, where the best rise to become legends. Indeed, we've seen legends rise up here at the Nairobi West grounds, and we expect to see more legends going forward. And even as we await the start of the relay anytime from now, it is all silent here at the grounds as every athlete looks forward to see if they'll get the best position. Those that are inside the field have been urged to either squat or sit down. And remember, Greg, since morning we've been here, mixed reactions, those winning, those not winning, others qualifying, others not qualifying. And on your screens there we have that is a team from Embakasi having bagged 1 million shillings. And the celebrations there, very nice photo for fellow scribes there, grabbing every image, every moment of the celebration.
Kabete, Len 4, Dura, Len 5, Venom, Len 6, Prisons.
In Lane 6 we have Prisons, we have Kabete, we have Ndura and Venom in this race. And anytime from now the race will be starting. The white flag is up and there goes the gun. There was a false start, but seems it has passed. The Prisons team is closing in, moving forward. I like his stature, I like his composure. Very nice handover of the baton. Seems these guys rehearsed very well. And now on to the finish. This is the point where it determines, separate the men from the boys. Utawala leading, Venom in second position, Ndura in third position. What happened to the Prisons team? What happened to the Prisons team?
I think they just lost it out. The Prisons team started really well, but then it's been all about the changeover. If the changeover is not smooth, then it's really difficult, and that's what we witnessed here in this. Of course, the award ceremony is going on the other side. Athletes, rather, the footballers who performed really well during the just concluded Nairobi Bingwa Fest edition being rewarded. So it is happening here at Nairobi West Prison. A very good day of athletics, Victor, and if you just look at everything that is happening, Charity has also been here. She's actually shared a lot of insightful stories that have actually made us be here.
At some point, Charity decided to be part of the economics that are going on here. I saw her at the shoe stand buying a couple of pair of shoes.
Victor is burning.
Yeah, it is. It's you've been here since morning. You've talked to these athletes. Maybe what do you feel about the day's events? By the way,
my impression about Bingwa Fest, it's keeping the athletes active, because right now we will be seeing some of the track athletes being pushed for training. Some have not picked up. But since they started late last year until now, the athletes have been continuing with their training. They have been checking here and there. I expect the performance for sprinters this season to go up, to be much better, to improve, and also for the long distance races, we are hopeful that they will be adding also the field events too. We want to see because they are more into developing talent and also giving back to the community.
You talked to Timothy Cheruyot, we were with him in Mumias, he was in Thika, he looks to be in great shape, running the 800. I don't know if he's trying to change tactics or what. What did he tell you when you talked to him?
When I spoke to him, he said that he was coming to test himself, he was coming to do the speed work. He wanted to know how sharp he is as he continues to do his training. And then we also had George Manangoi, Matene, who is also his training partner. He is mostly a 1500 athlete, but he also competed in the 5000. He said that it's still his loading time, and he's hoping that by the time it's April, he will have picked up completely, and he'll be able to decide if he will continue with the 1500 or also 5000.
Of course, talking about 5,000 meters, we saw yet another splendid performance in the morning. Who impressed you most during the day? Or if you ask me, I'll talk about the Prisons ladies relay team. They've really made sure that that crown remains at home. But then, what was your moment of the day here at the Bingwa Fest?
The young athletes that are continuing coming up. In the 5,000, I had Mercy and Purity. They are both candidates they are Form 4 candidates. They're looking for. I was with them during the cross country series, and now we are here in the track. This was their first track event. It gives them the opportunity to compete with the seniors and also be aware of how to execute the races. And you see the two of them were among the top 3 finishers in the 2 heats.
You talked about consistency. You've seen some of these athletes who are taking part in the weekend meets. Some of them are here. They were in the cross country. Just how important has this been to these athletes?
It has kept them active. Some when it's off season, they don't continue training. I'm happy because I know there'll be more. The money is also a motivation for them to continue being active and be competitive.
Thank you so much for the Insight Charity, of course. And Victor will also be telling us. He's been here. He was in Thika. You've witnessed quite a number of events here today, Victor. What was your most impressive part, let's say, from morning till now?
Well, Greg, first of all, before we await the start of the 4x4 meters, which will perhaps be the final race of the day, the penultimate stage of the day, first was me and you in the commentary booth. We began our careers more or less in different times. I think you found me a year or 2 later. It was a good one, just sharing the insights, being with you there. And for me, I look forward into building new talent. I was very impressive by the new entrants, especially my friend from Northeastern who I saw in Thika, and I saw him here today doing 5,000 meters. And not only him, even other athletes, just the level of the competition, the athleticism, the enthusiasm, that despite you being trailing, or rather being the last athlete and others having finished the race and celebrated, you just want to push on and ensure that you finish the race and get to the finish line.
And talking about the races, we've witnessed the relays, and of course one more coming up, the 4x4, which I believe should be the last meet. And of course, after this, the athletes are preparing for the nationals. What are your expectations, let's say, heading into the nationals that will be happening next month?
I expect that perhaps the athletes have used this particular event as a learning ground, and those that have made mistakes, like we saw the athletes of the relay team, the Prisons relay team, during the 3rd changeover, or rather handing over of the baton, there was a mistake there, and that made other teams, the Utawala team and the Venom team, to overtake them. So I expect them to have picked a few notes here and there going forward, and they'll go back to the drawing board, sit and do a revision and see, this is where we faltered, this is where we made mistakes, and we are going to do better, and equally learn from those that beat them, those that shined them, those that won, and grab a few lessons here and there, so that when it comes to not only even the national division, even other competitions from here, I expect them to have borrowed a leaf from this particular one.
Talk about Utawala. They've come really huge in sprints. We've just seen Utawala be winning the second heat of the 4 by 100 meters final. But yet again, the interest that comes with the sprints, it's growing by day, something we've spoken over and over again. But then you look at how the competition is, it's crazy, it's massive.
Well, talking about Utawala, for those that may not understand Swahili, Utawala means to lead. So in present continuous tense, which is in Swahili Utawala, Tawala is to lead, but in present continuous tense, that means someone with a crown. So basically this translates to what these lads are doing, what these gentlemen and ladies are doing. And this also demystifies the myth that for you to perform as a sportsman, especially in athletics or as a sportswoman, you have to belong to one of the discipline forces, because those guys are not in any, most of them are not in either the police, the Kenya Defence Forces, or prisons, NYS, name them. So that also will be an encouragement to the upcoming athletes who may want to take part in sports but are like, I don't want to be a policewoman or a policeman. So indeed Utawala has come of age to ensure that they are stamping the authority, especially over the sprints. And going forward, they will be a force to reckon with, and indeed they are going to cause trouble to the big boys and girls over the distance.
And of course, as you wait for the 4 by 400 meters, the sponsors have come in handy, ensuring that at least athletics is not just a game, a sport that people go to run and hope to fly to get money. The huge rewards have made this very competitive.
Well, a big shout out to Betika for coming through their Betika and our community, and ensuring that sportsmen and women in this country get more appreciation apart from the normal and the conventional ways of appreciating them. Like now we have footballers who are being awarded. We had basketballers also taking place in this Betika Bingwa Fest. And indeed also for Athletics Kenya for having a good rapport, strong working relation, and which encompasses integrity and accountability, ensuring that some of these sponsors or other organizations have a level of credibility that is very high. For someone entrusting you with their millions, an organization such as Betika is not mean fit. And that is also something to note down. And anytime from now, we'll be having the 4x4 relay starting. But as we cannot see the athletes on the track, that means they are getting ready. They are in their core room, and anytime from now, we'll see them coming to the field. And perhaps also that is a final
race of the day. And maybe we could say that there's plenty of action also on the background. We could go there, see what's happening there, and then when we come back, we do the 4x400. Over to you, Director. I think we should be heading over to the other side to see the rewards that are happening there before we come and do the last event of the day, that is the 4x400 meters. Let's see part of the action from the field.
Anambada, Grace Kidake na Maureen Wakula waje kwa jukwaa kwa zawadi. 4-5, kindly come and give your sasa kwa jukwaa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Upeange bank details. Upeane account yako ni gani, pesa itatumwa wapi. Asante sana Lee. Tunatakia kila la heri tuweze kuonana wakati wa Nationals Betika Bingwa Fest. Haya, sasa tunaelekea basketball. Ningependa kuomba 3-point shout out for the ladies. Lakini kabla awe tayari, ningependa kuomba Cynthia Mungo Championship Director Betika Bingwa Fest. Cynthia Mungo tafadhali naomba uje mbele to award our 3-point winner for the ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3-point winner, Darlene Koroge. Running George, ladies and gentlemen, scooping the 30-point award for the ladies. Beautiful smile there for the lady in the picture. The lady in the sun. And now for our check presentation. The Dunking contest biggest achiever and awarding is brand manager Betika Eric Witi. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Eric doesn't go home empty-handed. He goes home with 25,000 shillings and all this courtesy of Betika.
Kevin Joktan, Dennis Masika, wapi Kelvin Kiprotich, here prison.
Congratulations, Anthony Eric. As for now, ladies and gentlemen, wenzangu kama naweza kuchukua nafasi hii kwenye 4x4. Haya basi, mdogo huo. 4x4 women. Timu ya kwanza ni timu ya prisons. Lane 1 prisons, lane 2 blaze, lane 3 coast, lane 4 ngom.
Hizo peke yake? Hiyo tu ndio.
Hizo ndio timu ambazo tutashiriki.
Sasa ni mechi.
Kelvin Kiprotich, msemi. Kelvin Kiprotich aje kwa zawadi.
Alafu Wafula, Molin Wafula.
Na Molin Wafula.
Alafu msana mwingine anaitwa Anbata.
Na vile vile Anbata. Waje kwa zawadi mara moja. Kenyan Athletics.
Wale wenye kupeana nguo wakuje.
Ni wale.
Wewe nani peace? Leta huyu mtu hapa bwana.
Mwambie gibe.
Kinyangon.
And 200.
kabisa, manake mwaka 72 wakati wanariadha wa Kenya waliweza kushinda nishani ya dhahabu kule Munich, wengi wao walikuwa wanafanya mazoezi katika uwanja huo. Basi timu ya KDF ndio inaongoza. KDF wamekwenda. KDF, Prison. Kule mbele ni KDF. Prison nayo nafasi ya pili. KDF, kijana huyo Ekwam alikuwa kule, Zablon Ekwam alikuwa kule Paris, Ufaransa. Zablon Ekwam alikuwa Paris, Ufaransa, akiwakilisha Kenya katika timu ya 4x4 mixed katika michezo ya Olimpiki. Ndio Zablon Ekwam anakuja, wanakuja. Kwa Kenya wanaongoza. Prison nafasi ya pili. Nafasi ya tatu ni Ngom. Aya. Anaondoka KDF, amekata kona kitambo. Anasema niwe uwano. KDF ndio anaongoza sasa. KDF, Prison. Hii safari ya baba. Safari ya baba ni Matero. Bamba kule sehemu ya Kilifi. Nikitaka kwenda kule Bamba lazima mke mapema. Uende kufika mapema. Haya, naona KDF bila wasiwasi. Wanaongoza hapa KDF. Bila wasiwasi KDF. Wapigeni makofi. KDF ndio wanaongoza. Prison nafasi ya pili. Nafasi ya tatu ni timu ya Ngom. Na mambo ndio hivyo. Mwenzangu unaweza kuendelea sasa. Asante. Ningependa sasa kuomba washindi wetu wa bronze siku ya Mungu mahali tafadhali ya rupani ili tuweze kuwapa wa third place team medali yao ya shaba. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your third place team, TNC. Our dancing contest winner, Anthony Eric, making a double act on the presentation award, receiving his bronze medal from City Amugo. Bingwa Fest, Tournament Director. Please remember, is Betika Bingwa Fest, ladies and gentlemen, where the best rise to become legends. The captain and City are picking in that winner screen. Ladies and gentlemen, you can please see TNC. All winners were track. Wale winners wote wa track waje hapa ndani ya uwanja. Kweli DJ tuko na hizo ya kwa hapa yote kwa minajili ya betika.com. Haya picha
na reason ya niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just up, just up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up. Just hands up. reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hold up, just hold up, hands up. reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just clap, just snap, hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya ku clap. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya kuput. Niko na reason ya kusona. Niko na reason ya kuput hands up. Just hands up. Niko blessed, niko na Betika. Niko na reason ya niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, just up, hands up, niko blessed, niko na Betika, niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya kuput hands up, just up, reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up just hands up niko blessed niko na Betika niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up just hands up niko blessed niko na Betika niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up just hands up niko blessed niko na Betika niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya ku put hands up just hands up niko blessed niko na Betika niko na reason ya ku niko na reason ya